call this meeting to order, February 21st, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Please join Kinley Wilson, a student from Nelson County High School, as she leads us in the pledge. Please rise. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I make a motion to move the board meeting into executive session per KRS 61.8101C. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
I'll
second
second.
by Ms. Bowling. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, please review the meeting agenda and meeting goals. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm told I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Superintendent, please review the meeting agenda and meeting goals, please.
So welcome to Nelson County High School. We are here tonight. First thing on the agenda is learning about some of the work going on as Nelson County High School continues to unite for success. We'll be doing a number of conversations tonight, from grants to New Year bid packets, but we'll also be looking at the tentative staffing process that occurs every year between February and April. Lastly, we'll be evaluating and determining next steps for the district facility plan.
Before we proceed with the agenda, I would like to ask all those present in the room to conduct themselves with honor and respect for each other throughout the proceedings of this meeting. Please refrain from any visible or audible outbursts while present here tonight. Thank you in advance for your cooperation with this request. Okay, third item is NCHS Student Showcase and Data Dashboard. Oh, thank you.
There you go.
So as a part of our board calendar, each month we'll be visiting a different school throughout Nelson County. And this year, we'll be focusing on the ways that school is targeting student success, including some of the measurements they are using as they build local data dashboards through community challenge teams, student challenge teams, and local design labs. Tonight is our first conversation with Nelson County High School.
So before Nelson County High School presents, myself and Alex Martin wanted to give you guys some context for what the dashboard was and what student challenge teams are, so you can see how these pieces are connecting together for this work. So we've got a couple different inputs that go into this dashboard that Alex is going to go into more detail around. One group that's going to be utilizing this dashboard are our local design lab teams. So that's like your PLCs, your professional learning communities. They're going to be looking at the data on this dashboard and thinking about implications on instructional practices. So you'll see that some examples of that here in just a minute. The second group that is feeding towards this data dashboard are our community challenge teams. So some of you all in this room are part of community challenge teams. It could be around student leadership, it could be around academics, it could be around early literacy, but all of those teams are working towards signals that will inform that data dashboard as well. The third group that is contributing towards these data dashboards and thinking about what data matters and what we're having conversations about are our student challenge teams. So students are also having similar processes that you all are a part of with the challenge teams as a district, but they're having them at their school and thinking about data, thinking about what's important to them, and thinking about how they can lead in their school buildings. So all those things are connected, and Alex is going to give you a little bit more context for when I say data dashboard, what does that exactly mean?
So these two questions continue to guide our work as we think about, again, the district challenge teams and really what we're hoping to accomplish. But what benefits do we hope to offer students and families? And then what evidence do we have to determine how well we're creating those benefits? So think of the data dashboard as a space to just house that conversation. Really our goal by creating that is hopefully we can accomplish two things. When stakeholders such as students, families, parents, taxpayers ask how well our school's doing, the data dashboard should elicit evidence on how well we are doing. And then at the same time, the data should inform our practices within our school building to see what's working, what's not working, so we can take next steps to obviously improve. So in just a second, Ms. Sokolsky and our team is going to kind of debrief their data dashboard and their process. This is just an example of some things that schools may have conversation around in terms of what they would host on that space. So the images at the top are generically some benefits that schools may talk about. I'm going to highlight the first two, and then Ms. Newton's going to highlight the second two. But essentially, schools may say, we really value culture and care inside our school, and we want to provide that for our students. So as a result of that, they may ask themselves a question, what percent of students are growing as collaborators? And that question is going to elicit evidence to again determine, are we providing that culture and care that we seek? So again, the data and the teams working on that are going to study that to improve practice. Another example might be student leadership, service, citizenship. Again, that's a benefit they're hoping to provide. What question do we need to ask ourselves to bring that evidence about? So Ms. Newton will speak about the last two, and then we'll kick it over to Ms. Sokolsky and her team.
So the last two are examples of work that's being done currently, and we're working towards feeding that towards the data dashboard. So currently we have schools thinking about, what percent of students are growing as critical thinkers. So things like numeracy might fit into that category. And the work that's contributing towards that is thinking about, okay, what specific standards do we want to make sure that all of our students have access to? How can we ensure that those are happening? Teachers examining student work. Okay, what are we seeing in student work? Where are some gaps that we need to address, and how do we influence our instructional practices to make sure that they are growing as critical thinkers? Something that happened just, I think, either this week or last week was professional learning with Kentucky Center for Math. How do we take these strategies, make them to where students are truly understanding the conceptual things behind math and not just memorizing the formulas so they understand what the next steps are? Another step in the right direction around communication is thinking about how we are examining student work. So I know at OKH just this last week, teachers were looking at student samples of work, looking at data around their ability to do claim, evidence, reasoning, analysis, those type of skills that we know are important for writers beyond middle school and high school, and thinking about, okay, what evidence-based instructional practices need to grow so that we are growing our communicators. So these elements, all this data is going to be going into the data dashboard. I know that OKH should be having theirs after spring break to where you can see even on an individual student level, okay, this is my child, and as a parent, I'm really excited about this, but this is my child, and these are the data points that are informing how they are growing as readers and writers. As a parent, I can see the data, I can see the teacher feedback, I can see the student reflection, I can see it all in one spot. So as a parent, I know what can I do to help support my student beyond just that letter grade that might be because maybe she didn't turn something in on time, right? So it gives us more information about the student so that we can think about how we're assessing on cycles. So again, these are just examples of the progress that we're making towards this, and Nelson County High School is going to be sharing a little bit more about their data and what that conversation looks like at their school.
First off, welcome to Nelson County High School. So glad to see you guys here. So all of our conversations that have been diving into student challenge teams and data dashboard and really everything that is becoming of what we're doing at Nelson County High School right now follows along two of our priorities, and those are Take Flight and Full Nelson. So Take Flight is what we do academically here, how we're setting up our students to ultimately take flight to graduate. But every year, every experience that they're doing, every opportunity that we're giving them is helping them design their flight path and what that can look like. Full Nelson is our culture. So we look at everything we do under the tenet of Full Nelson and what that means to be a Full Nelson student, what it means to come in and be a part of our school community and to withhold ourselves up as the citizens that we are. So with that said, we took these two priorities, and that is how we determined how would we like to form our student challenge team. So around those two, how would we like to dive deeper in with our students to really highlight the things that they see, because the student lens is so much unique than most of our perspectives in this room. So we like to make sure they have a voice and that they are, laying out the future for other generations that walk through our doors. So I'm going to hand it over to Andrew Robertson. He is one of our assistant principals here at Nelson County High School.
All right, so essentially what we've tried to do is divide these two components. So we have the Take Flight, which is the academic initiative within the school, and then we have the Full Nelson, just like Ms. Sokolsky said, is like the cultural aspect. So we've taken those two initiatives and divided into three challenge teams, one focusing on student leadership, one focusing on the culture of care, so investing in students and gaining their opinion on inclusion within the building, and the other one focusing on more academic experiences. So the idea is that we're gathering like groups of students, trying to make them as diverse as possible within like the parameters of the school, and then getting their opinions on what's currently working with our students and what futuristic opportunities we could provide for them. So although this is like, we're in the infancy of this concept and the initiatives and meetings, we think that it's extremely valuable to include all of the students' perspective in that before we, take that information and make any decisions going forward. In order to like give you an idea of the students' input, I have Ms. Kinley Wilson here to talk about, she's in the academic experiences, which is part of our Take Flight, and she's here to give her perspective on it.
Hi, I'm Kinley Wilson. Nelson County High School has recently introduced challenge teams. These teams are small groups of diverse kids that go over several topics and allow students to voice their opinions and needs. Student voice is very important because us young people have a perspective on the world and school that adults aren't able to share or experience. These teams are important to me because we are the start of them, meaning we are obligated to set the foundation. Because these teams, I'm able to connect with kids from all different backgrounds and leave my legacy on the school I love. Thank you.
So my name is Melissa Call, and I'm one of the assistant principals here at Nelson County High School as well. So I'm just speaking to our data dashboard, and as Dr. Robertson had mentioned, it's kind of in its infancy right now. So if you go on there, you're going to see some questions of benefits we want to explore, but we don't yet have the data to project or to show our growth or otherwise, because again, we're just starting those conversations from our challenge teams and identifying what it is that we want to focus our efforts on improving or building. So through student leadership, we know that that ties to our Take Flight, but I pulled just one example of what already exists on that dashboard. If you were to go to our Nelson County High School home base, there's a link that you can access and kind of explore on your own. It is divided into those two different concepts of Take Flight, the academic portion, and Full Nelson, which is more of that culture piece. So in the Full Nelson, we want to explore what percentage of our students are living out their Full Nelson values on a daily basis. So we know that we're going to have to go about, sending out some surveys and collecting that data to get the student perspectives of what it means to live out those Full Nelson values, whether they, like in a self-assessment, feel as though they are doing that and find value in those values. Find value in those values. We know that they're valuable, hence being part of our values. So then when we take a look at what we currently have on our dashboard, this is an example of what you would be able to pull off of a school report card. So it talks about transition readiness. So by the state's standards, transition readiness is essentially determining whether a student is ready to move on to the next stage in life once they graduate, whether that be military, education, or like post-secondary education, college or university, or the workforce. So one of the indicators to determine whether a student is transition ready as of this year is place-based experiences. So we know the value in allowing students these opportunities to come into our building or to go outside of our building and to share their gifts in the community, and that by the state standards will also make them transition ready or ready for the next stages of their life. So looking at a chart here, and again, this is data that you can kind of explore on your own from our data dashboard, but we're projecting that the class of 2023 will have at a minimum 93% transition readiness. So to speak to that experience is Ms. Amber Godey, our workforce leader, and she has a student who's participating in that experience as well.
Hello, my name is Amber Godey. I'm the workforce leader here at Nelson County High School. I love my job because I get to work with students like Ethan and families like Fran and Eric Renner behind me. So I'm going to give them a minute to speak, but I just want to kind of tie how data ties into their story. So as Ms. Call explained, place-based experience is considered transition readiness based on state indicators, but I know, and a lot of teachers know who see this, that students like Ethan are learning and growing. So how do we have data for that? So this year we've been exploring competencies such as communication and collaboration. So Ethan had to actually tell us about his communication and how he could get better. And then Ethan's employer, who was unable to be here with us tonight, he's coaching Bethlehem right now. So his employer wasn't able to be here, but his employer has also given us feedback on Ethan's communication skills. So when we think of data, again, I see it every day. When a student is in a work-based learning program, they are learning and growing, but what data can we have to support that? So because we don't have the data right now, we do have a family and a student who's going to speak to that. So I'm going to hand the mic over to them and have them answer a few questions. All right, Ethan, first question. How has this experience at Busick Construction prepared you for life after high school, and tell them what your plans are after high school?
Well, for me, it showed me the difference in a lot of different career industries. I always was interested in automotive career. I tried dealerships and then landed with Busick's and just found it as more of a career I'd enjoy more than what I thought I was going to before I ever actually got any hands-on experience with it. And it's shown me a lot of the difference between people who like a college education for this type of industry and people who don't have that degree. And it's kind of led me more towards going to college for it as well, going to ECTC for an associate's in applied sciences and diesel technology.
I forgot to say this. So Ethan works at Busick Construction, and he is in working with mechanics on heavy equipment. So that is his experience. And what did you do throughout high school to prepare you for this experience?
Well, throughout the last couple of years of high school for me, I've taken all the dual credit I could. I've taken the classes through ECTC, and a lot of connection with the career path and your counselors greatly has helped. Ms. Godey has been a great help to me, Mr. Swamley, and a lot of my other teachers who have always been there to support me, and they always have something valuable to share with me. Freshman year automotive, they go through all of our MLRA light repair and all of the other certifications, and they have given us the opportunity to get those certifications through them for free, which is a great blessing for a lot of people looking to get into the career. And that's what they've done for me and many other kids that I know.
Love it. So now I'm going to switch it. You have Fran and Eric Runner. One question, as parents, what have you seen as a benefit for Ethan in this experience?
Well, I'll be honest, when Ethan first signed up for this and approached me about this, I'm probably out of the two of us was the most hesitant in that. I was like, I wanted that traditional experience that I experienced, but seeing Ethan grow and manage a dual credit class, learning work, Busick's has given him mentorship and leadership qualities that I didn't even know he had, and I'm his mama. Just seeing that the teamwork and the guidance that they have done and the confidence that has come from working on big diesel mechanic. I'm still learning all the lingo, but I mean, Busick's has been amazing. He works with them, he learns, they've trusted him to do things that I'm like, what? But they've guided him and led him the whole way, and it's been just a huge blessing to our family to watch him grow and excel and to kind of weigh his options if he's looking college or is this the career path he wants. So it's been just a tremendous opportunity for him, and I'll let Eric speak.
Yeah, so I would affirm a lot of what my wife said there as well, but can't recall it all at the second. But it's helped him gain focus. That's what I saw him do. He started out in the automotive track, and he's always been self-driven in that way, right? Dad's in the room if you want your kids to work on cars, play with little cars with them when they're little. But no, but on a really serious note on that part, I mean, he gets it, right? He gets it. He doesn't take a lot of instruction. He probably is a little bit different from other kids in that aspect, but it's helped him zero in on what he wanted to do. He started off on the automotive side, and then he got an opportunity thanks to Mr. Swamley and Busick as well. And now he's kind of sees that he needs a little bit more technical skill outside of the high school. Not that he couldn't still gain a job probably right now if he walked out. Anybody would probably be willing to hire him within the automotive industry just because of his experience. But think about that as parents is what I would say. Like Fran, 30 years ago, my high school transcript read pre-college curriculum. It was always in the background that you needed to go to a 4-year no matter what. It's not for everybody. Maybe sometimes somebody like myself, you go to 2 or 3 schools and then you figure out what you want to do. But needless to say, I think it's helped him gain that focus quicker and get real life experience and get paid well at the same time.
be able to get this back in here. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is our guest comments. Kentucky statute and our own board policy requires allowing at least 15 minutes of public comment as part of any regular meeting. Tonight, 30 minutes of public comment will be heard. With that being said, I have 3 sheets here.
Wait a minute. Can I have discussion around that? Is that okay? I mean, we're limiting how many guests can speak tonight?
I'm just going by what statute is.
We have never followed that statute.
What's in process right now is the only reason why we have people that want to go to a ball game. If the board doesn't wait a minute, please. Nelson County's plan. If you'd rather hear it all, let's sit and hear it all then.
There are very important items on this agenda, and if we have 2 hours worth of board comments, we will be getting to the really important stuff at 9 o'clock at night. I think history tells us that's not a good idea, so.
But history also tells us that our community wants to be heard, and my understanding is a lot of them are feeling that they're not being heard, and if you cut them off here, what message is that sending to them?
Okay, thank you. Our first will be Kevin Mattingly. Our rule is if you represent, as in representing yourself, that's 3 minutes. When you represent a group, that is 5 minutes. And your time will begin at the buzzer, so hold on, Kevin.
Hello, I'm Kevin Mattingly. I'm a proud 1983 graduate of Nelson County High School. And I've proudly worked here for 23 years in maintenance for Nelson County Schools. I'm here tonight on behalf of my maintenance team, our facility team, and the students in Nelson County. This is for all the board members, but mostly you, Ms. Deaton. We can do better. You posted pictures on your Facebook page about Nelson County. You made this building seem dirty and dangerous. You showed holes in walls, broken doors, leaking ceilings, but something didn't add up for me and my team, because you said you cared about the school and the students. It seemed if you cared so much about students and staff, you would reach out to me or my team, especially if you're worried about student safety. Also, your post said you're saddened by divisiveness. I'm confused how you talked about dividing people while trying to divide everybody. I think you said a vote for Thomas Nelson was a vote against everyone else. That doesn't make sense. I was on the LPC. Nelson County Schools was going to get $45 million. And that's not just the building, that's for athletics too. Also, the Up Center is going to get $10 million. We'll closely connect to the high school wing. I'm confused how a board member also has not been in our buildings very much, post examples of facility plans on Facebook to show how much you care. There's a reason KDE requires an LPC committee. It's not that one person on a board can come up with plans themselves and make everybody go by them. We followed the guidelines and we followed them well. I think your Facebook campaign, also with Mr. Norman, said it's about money, and that's a no-brainer. The facility plan we prepared saves our schools money, provides more opportunities for our kids and for our teachers. Our maintenance, transportation, cafeteria, technology teams will save hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, year after year. This plan itself pays for itself. I've been working in these buildings for over 50,000 hours, driven hundreds of thousands of miles from school to school, thinking about the layout of our district. But I guess maybe people like me don't matter that much. The more we try to change things in Nelson County, the more the powers to be try to keep them the same. After all, I'm just a maintenance man and a redneck from New Haven. The plans that close Nelson County and move New Haven and Boston students to Old Kentucky home are just a reminder to everybody that we are on the wrong side of the bridge.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person, Jessica Hogue, please. Okay, hold on.
Jessica Hogue from Cox's Creek. We do not need to keep a system in which parental input has no place or value when it comes to board decision-making on policies affecting our children. Amanda Rogers-Deaton posted this exact quote on November 7th, 2022, the day before the election. Since Amanda has taken her oath and been sworn into the Board of Education, she has stated that she'd be happy to answer questions, but not in a public setting. She's also not responded to any of my emails asking for clarity on the decisions that she's making that impacts my child. So I ask, when do you plan to start valuing parental input? David Norman has stated multiple times, the voters have spoken, and I'm listening to the people that voted for me. Mr. Norman, let me remind you that the voters got you your seat, but you don't represent just those that voted for you. You represent all, and this is actually in your duties of board members. Document in case you failed to read that before you took your oath. Test scores. I've heard way more than I ever want to hear about test scores and how the district's not performing where they need to be. Let me be clear when I say this. The only thing test scores prove is whether an individual is really good at taking tests or really bad. So stop measuring the success of an individual based on test scores, because no job interviewer is ever going to ask you, what did you score on your ACT? Or how well did you do on a state standardized test in high school? Whether you love or hate the community campus plan, at least we can say confidently it was just that, a plan. There was transparency, and parents knew the pathway that their child would take, what schools they would attend, and what opportunities would be available. This past month, there's been very little transparency and no plan, just ideas, talks of short-term solutions, and then we'll figure it out from there. The most concerning part is the lack of parental, teacher, and school administration involvement in any of these ideas. I end by saying this. I would never walk into a doctor's office or a lawyer's office and try to tell them how to do their job. So it's time our board members stop ignoring our teachers and school administration, the ones that are there every day fighting for our kids. Why is it that everyone in this county gets to have an opinion and a voice, but as soon as our principals stand together united on the subject, they get backlash? Last time I checked, they are voters, taxpayers, educators, and parents. Their voice matters too, and it's time our board members start listening to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Sarah Rogers. Sarah Rogers. Okay. Next, Diane Breedy. Hold on. Oh, hold on.
So let's talk about community campus, because, I'm really scratching my head to try to really understand what the issue is here. It is obvious that this has nothing to do with the decisions that you and I'm talking to Diane, David, and Amanda are making. I've ran the events of the last board meetings and the last 22 months through my head, and I've concluded that there's no way the community campus model has anything to do with your decision making. You have a room full of principals and teachers who are all saying, we want this. Diane, you have always been such a strong advocate for principals and for teachers. And I don't believe for 1 second that the security concern of mingling the sixth graders and the high schoolers together is an issue anymore since Mr. Bradley and his team have gone to such great lengths to put provisions in place to prevent anything sinister from happening. So what's the excuse? What is it? Through my thoughts, I have concluded that this BS, and I was being nice, for lack of a better word, doesn't have anything to do with community campus and has everything to do with Wes Bradley. Why? Because you don't like him. I mean, think about it, David. I believe the only reason why you jumped back on the board was because you want to get rid of him. And why do I think that? Because you practically chased me down at the Guthrie Opportunity Center parking lot when his contract came up for renewal and begged me not to extend it. Remember that? You also mentioned that your son was not getting the services he needed, and you were quite upset over that. Amanda, you have to be a one-and-done board member. I know you will be. And I believe you only jumped in because of the possibility of Bloomfield Middle School closing, and honestly, I think you overcommitted yourself, and here you are. You and Chris Dudgeon, along with others from Bluefield, filed a lawsuit to try to stop that. In fact, you won your election. Chris posted no school closure. There are clearly agendas for sure. So let's talk about Wes. Now, I have not agreed with everything that he has done, and there are things about Wes I don't favor. However, as a board member, it was never my job to agree with him or be his best friend. However, it was always my job, as it is yours, to help him be successful, and that is a trait of a good leader. Wes is a visionary, and he sees things through a lens that you cannot even comprehend. He has a vision that will position our school district to be one of the best, and you're preventing that from happening. Why? Because you don't possess the ability to think like he does. My father was a very successful leader who worked under Jack Welsh, story, at GE. And one thing that Mr. Welsh taught my dad, and my dad passed this value down to me with regard to your employees, and he said, you hire good people, you give them the tools to do their job, and you get out of the way. Wes has hired good people. Now give them the tools to do their job and get out of the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are not educators. You are not educators. They are.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next is Kayla Clark. I may not be pronouncing that right. Kayia.
She's not here.
Okay. Okay. Next, Stephen Krebs. Hold on. Wait a minute. Or a second.
So my name is Stephen Krebs. I'm a 2005 graduate of Nelson County High School. I dunked a basketball for the first time on that hoop right there. Just thought I'd let everybody know. So I'm a CTE teacher at a different district, and I think it makes the most sense for me to continue to speak about the future of this district through that lens. So I'm going to throw a bunch of CTE statistics out. CTE is career technical education. It is not tracking or the vocational school of old, okay? CTE is a comprehensive learning style where students can focus on their interests and still have enriching academic experiences, okay? So here's some of the stats for it. 71% of our students in Kentucky are in CTE. Of those 71%, 43% are completers. So that means they have at least 2 credits in some type of career and technical education. 98% of CTE students graduate high school. Over 14,000 CTE concentrators graduated with a post-secondary credential of some time, whether that's a dual credit or an industry cert. It's one of those two. Completers earn about a 12% higher wage after graduation. They're employed at a higher rate. And just to build off what I said earlier about it not being the vocational school of old, we have about 35% of CTE is represented by STEM, so our science, technology. They're more likely to enroll in post-secondary, and it doubles the rate of entrance for minority students, okay? So those are all the great things I can tell you about CTE. I just had a recent trip to Frankfurt, and In that trip, I found out that CTE funding had been raised from about $12 million to about $70 million. That's state funding just for career and technical education, okay? The question was asked, can we use those funds for middle school students? The answer is no, you cannot. You cannot use any of that money that your district gets to give to a middle school. But if your middle school is in close enough proximity to your high schools, we can have shared facilities. We could have collaborative classes. Like middle school students can utilize those things. It just can't be given directly to the middle school. So my question is, like, why would we do anything that kept students from having access to those, right? If we have ostracized schools, I mean, we can take a bus ride, but that's it. So my questions after all of that is, how do the plans that have been shared provide access to these programs? And I'm talking about the plans outside of community campus, the recent plans that you shared, Amanda. And if student performance and test scores are the focus, how do your facilities represent?
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Brian Hurst. Okay, hold on one moment. Okay.
My name is Brian Hurst. I'm representing the New Haven Youth Football Association. Throughout this 20-month-long process of planning, decision-making, debating, arguing, and dividing, we've had numerous avenues of thought expressed here at board meetings and community conversations and on social media platforms. I truly believe that most of those involved care about the students and want what is best for the students. But now, I keep hearing multiple new plans that were not recommended by our LPC or any committee that has any knowledge of the education system, that are only a Band-Aid or a quick fix. So I want to know, why are we not looking for more long-term solutions? I keep hearing about moving kids out of their communities. Now it has some sort of adverse effect on the financial stability of the community. As a district, we have moved kids out of their communities for decades. Remember when Boston, Foster Heights, and Cox's Creek students moved from the 6th grade to the 7th grade at the old Old Kentucky Home building? Then when that building became too crowded, my classmates and I became the first 7th grade students from Cox's Creek to go to Bloomfield Middle School. There was pushback from parents then about travel and proximity, but kids moved anyway. Take kids from Cox's Creek, High Grove, Rooster Run, Deatsville, Samuels, and the rest of the 245 corridor and move them to Bloomfield as needed. This Band-Aid is still on and is clearly not helping to heal the issue within our education system. A short-term solution, quick fix. Board members are now proposing another avenue of thought. Take the Boston and New Haven middle school students and put them in OKH. Jump from one culture to another, one community to another, and then 2 years later to another. No continuity, no stability, no long-term fix. Moving Boston and New Haven middle schoolers to Old Kentucky Home would negatively impact our students, and it is a quick, immediate fix, but not a long-term solution that's best for our kids. This joining of Boston and New Haven to Old Kentucky Home only helps feed the plans to join the high schools together and feed Nelson County High School athletics. This community campus model provides a better split for the county, provides true feeder systems for both high schools with a more balanced and equitable approach to middle school academics and athletics. In regards to athletics, and placing the Boston and New Haven kids at OKH, in 2009, student athletes from Boston and New Haven were granted their own football program, the Southwest Nelson Rams. We have spent the last 14 to 15 years battling and building. We combined students from 2 schools in our district, and with the board's approval, kids from St. Catherine as well. Kids play for their community teams, and this is what the beginning of what could have been a great feeder system. We've seen what combining middle school teams can do for a high school program. When North Nelson Spartans were granted permission to combine a team from Old Kentucky Home with a team from Bloomfield Middle, they became instantly more competitive, and that move has helped fuel the turnaround for the Nelson County High School program. This move would mean less kids see the field, less kids get meaningful playing time. With double the amount of kids and the same amount of time on the clock, kids get left out. To move all of New Haven and Boston middle school students to Old Kentucky Home would eliminate the Southwest Nelson athletic programs. These kids would be combined into the already large North Nelson Spartans program. This would increase the already unequal advantage that exists for the high school program. Multiple student athletes that should be playing at Thomas Nelson will decide to attend Nelson County High School each year as they are aligned and exposed to the culture during the middle school years. The community campus plan would combine Southwest Nelson football with the other student athletes that would also attend Thomas Nelson, creating a true feeder system for both schools. Some would say that Southwest Nelson gets eliminated either way, but I'd say the community campus model enhances the program, while other plans eliminate it. Once you begin eliminating the middle school programs, now moving all the high school students together becomes much easier. No longer will the same number of students have athletic opportunities. Teams will be formed. Kids will be left out. The plan to combine at Old Kentucky Home still does not address the inequities within our middle school systems and instead just places another Band-Aid over another wound. This plan still does not provide a solid opportunity for advanced placement classes and places diverse learners in a place to get swept into the cracks. This plan is simply just good enough. Save Our Schools is now turned into Save Our Money. At what cost is it okay to provide equity in education, or within a guaranteed free and appropriate public education, or within a least restrictive education environment? We cannot be lulled to sleep or keep pushing these ideas around in hopes that people will lose interest and stop fighting. We must continue to communicate and search for the best solutions for our kids. Our kids are worth whatever time and money needs to be spent to create the best educational environment for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is NCS Principals and Central Office, Nelson County. Hold on. Wait a minute, hold on.
Board members, today we come to you as more than a group of principals and leaders within this district. We are mothers, we are fathers, we are community members personally invested in the future of our students and the future of our schools. We have diverse experiences, we serve in diverse schools, and we oftentimes have diverse opinions. But we were selected by our families and councils to be visionaries of learning, to be builders of communities, and to empower our students. The sentiment is what inspired each of us to not only sign our names to our letter, but author it. We willingly collaborated to write, reflect, revise, and then publish our collected beliefs. This was not a forced task of compliance or an act of coercion. This was the conviction in our hearts to do what we ask of our students every day, and that's to lead. To apply the knowledge and skills they have been taught, to collaborate well with others, and to create ideas and products that will positively contribute to the community and the world around them. We must model what we value and what we envision for our future. We will continue to unite to support our teachers and staff. We will continue to unite and advocate for our students and for their future. We will continue to use our voices and our leadership to unite together to become better than what we are right now. Our kids deserve better. I will now read our letter. The principals of the Nelson County Schools want to address our concerns with the recent actions and comments made by members of our current Board of Education. We are troubled with the recent decision-making, lack of clarity, and cumbersome manner in which board meetings have been conducted. Furthermore, we are compelled to shed light on the lack of confidence and the recent lack of integrity of certain board members and their willingness to be unbiased and uncompromised in their decision-making. We will not be passive observers. Our students and our teachers are thrown into the lurch of uncertainty and weak leadership. We stand united in providing the best experiences and opportunities possible to our Nelson County students, families, and educators, ensuring all are equipped for success in their future endeavors. We stand united behind the vision and decision-making of our Nelson County Schools leadership and our colleagues and our community members and the LPC. Lastly, we stand firmly opposed to the diverse comments, apparent obstruction, and selfishness of putting one's self-interest ahead of what is best for our children and the members of the board that have demonstrated in recent weeks. We call on our Board of Education to treat our teachers like the professionals they are, to genuinely listen to the members of our school communities, to act in good faith and engage in productive conversations with school stakeholders, to be open and transparent in decision-making, and to its undisciplined rhetoric, and to end its undisciplined rhetoric and management. Again, our kids deserve better.
Okay. Our principals have met with community members, parents, and board members multiple times in conversations. Principals have discussed, shared concerns, made compromises, and continue to come to the table despite the dishonesty they have encountered. As educators and professionals, they have a right to speak about their current assessment of the situation. They certainly have a right to do so without threats, harassment, and intimidation. Our principals are the hardest working individuals I've had the honor to work with. They are truly invested in the future of our kids. Our principals are valued members of our community, and while we currently find ourselves at an impasse, it is imperative we start to come together. We must seek solutions together for the future of who this is really all about, which is our students. They are watching. We must show them we can come together. We must show them there can be faith restored in this process, and we must show them who we can be in Nelson County.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next is Leanne Bagby. Leanne? Okay. One moment.
It's going to be very difficult to follow that. Allow me to state unequivocally, as a parent of a middle schooler in District 4, that I was a proponent of the original community campus model. It's not a novel concept. It's one that's been used to great effect in school districts around the U.S. and even within our own state. It's a fallacy, and a dangerous one. The test scores and college readiness assessments alone are solely indicative of a county's performance. As an HR executive, I can assure you that the issues in the current labor market will not be fixed solely with improved test scores, but also with career readiness programs that take into account a student's interests. I was disappointed to see years of planning scuttled with little to no warning. Having said that, I would also like to express my concern over some of the recent actions of this board. I've read numerous comments from several members stating that the majority of my constituents did not support the community campus model. I suggest you do not have the data to back that up quantitatively. Now that you've killed the original project, I'm curious to see how you plan to proceed. Given the primary objection to the original model appears to be financial in nature, I submit to you that county politics has raised its ugly head, and there's no longer any attempt to represent the districts in an unbiased fashion. It appears that some have aligned themselves among party lines, or worse, with a personal agenda to pursue. Some of you have chosen to ignore the very voters you claim to serve. You suppress discussion. You ignore and condescend those who would challenge you. You vote in poorly concealed blocks by party line and demonstrate an appalling lack of respect for the educators, administrators, students, and parents in this county by claiming you claim to know what is best for us. Your meetings are chaotic, they're poorly organized, and they're lacking in transparency. At a minimum, you don't even follow Robert's Rules of Order without a county attorney poking you in the shoulder every 20 seconds. When you ran for office, you understood that you would be charged to represent all of your district. When you were sworn into office, you agreed to serve without bias. Do better. Considering the total ballots cast in the District 1 and District 4 races were at or below 3,000, small turnout even by local standards, it is the height of hubris to claim that you have a mandate. Rather, I submit that you were voted into office largely through political apathy by voters like myself. I did vote in the recent elections, didn't vote for the school board, because I never felt that I needed to. I accept the consequences of my political apathy. Now, I suggest to you the consequences of not listening to those that you are charged to represent. There will be more like me who are going to speak out against you.
Thank you. Next is Roseanne Miles. Roseanne Miles. Oh, okay, I see you. Hold on. Are you representing yourself or a group? Yourself, okay.
Hi, I'm Roseanne Mudd Miles, and I graduated in this very gymnasium. From Head Start to graduation, I was a Nelson County student. I'm the proud parent of 3 Boston students, but I'm also the proud piece of the one and only David Mudd. That when this talk first came of this community campus, I went to him. I said, Uncle David, you're going to send my 6th grader to a high school campus? He said, oh. He lit up with excitement and passion for this community campus. He said, your kids are going to have opportunities that we've never been able to offer. They're going to have opportunities for resources and academics and clubs and collaboration that we've never had. He said, you know, since I've been at Thomas Nelson, that every kid that walks across that stage, I know their names, I know what they want to do, I know their passion. Because I started that connection in 9th grade. What if I can start that 3 years? And when those kids come into freshmen, that connection and that relationship is already there. The white box isn't here tonight. But if you know David, you know he had a white box. He built it, he painted it, and he took it into this community. Because he wanted to share the passion and excitement that he had for this community campus. But something else he had was legacy. So I ask you here tonight, board, what is your legacy as a member of this Board of Education tonight? Because I guarantee you, what every single person in this room doesn't want your legacy to be, meeting adjourned and nothing is accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Renee Shannon.
Hello, I'm Renee Shannon, the Science Department Chair and the head dance coach here at Nelson County. Guest Commons should be full of celebrations for our students, just like my dancers, placing 13th in the nation when we went and competed at Disney. Also, our wrestling team placed 7th at regions, and we had 3 qualify for semi-states, which is a big deal for our program. But instead of celebrating our amazing student achievements across the district, our focus has been completely shifted to the circus-like atmosphere that our board meetings have become. Over the course of the last 2 months, the only thing our board has accomplished is to deeper divide our already divided community. The board's purpose is to ensure that our district students receive the best education possible. What has actually been done to work toward this goal? Pointlessly called meetings certainly don't. Leaving the community without factual information about what is going on doesn't either. If the community campus isn't the approved plan, what is the plan to address the issues in our district? Boston's overcrowding must be addressed, as there are classes being taught in the hallway. New Haven has been pushed to the side for decades. And what are you going to do about the other facility issues that we have in the district? These issues need to be addressed, and you voted no to the community campus. Okay then. What now? We can't just throw out grandiose ideas to fix the problems without an actual plan to put them in action. I know there's a huge divide on the topics of community campus, mergers, and the like. The board members need to remove all personal and political bias and make their decision based on what is best for students, not what is best for their personal or political agendas. If the board cannot put agendas and ego to the side, our students will be the ones suffering the consequences of those actions. As a teacher, I work hard every day to ensure that my students are getting the best education I can give them. And I know that other teachers in the district are doing the exact same thing every day. Unfortunately, the hard work and the knowledge of the teachers and staff in the district is being completely not acknowledged, and our integrity is being questioned. What does this say about potential teachers when they may look to our district for work? Right now, we are the laughingstock to many areas of the state, and if this insanity continues, not only will we not be able to hire new teachers, but we'll lose the amazing teachers that are already on staff. We cannot afford to have this happen when we're already neck deep in a huge teacher shortage. Everyone wants their children properly educated, but if there are no teachers, how can that happen? I will end with this quote from the amazing Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. The board's #1 priority should be the well-being and education of our students. Have your actions been those that others want to follow, or the actions that you want to model to the students that you serve? From what I have seen, your actions have been nothing but divisive and alienating to the staff and community. Until all egos and agendas are put to the side and all members of the board find a way to work as a team, our students will be the ones ending up on the losing side of the battle. And that is something that neither side of this argument wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary C. Spalding.
I'm Mary Spalding, a lifelong artist and educator in this district. I believe in the future of human beings, which is what kids, adults, parents, teachers, and citizens all are, largely because of education. I believe in democracy, fueled by an educated, informed, and sincere electorate. I believe in equity, meaning fairness across the board, period. No exceptions and no but whataboutisms. I believe in the power of creative expression, the arts, because it's the lens through which I've seen the world for 75 years. I believe in education, all education, but especially public education, and most specifically, local public education. I believe in the limitless power of the human mind and spirit to create, innovate, problem solve for either selfish, small-minded, personal agendas, or for the greater good of everyone, whether we personally benefit or not. So why do you even care what I believe? And what does it have to do with anything that we're doing tonight? Nelson County schools, money, buildings, building plans, leadership, alliances, our anger or admiration for every speaker or board member. You should care because all of these kids are our kids. Because I know that schools can make or break somebody. In 2023, teachers are not just frontline purveyors of knowledge about the classics, if ever we were. It's not just about reading and writing anymore, if ever it was. They are the superheroes who stand between your children and ignorance of things we don't even know we don't know. Plus, violence, mental health issues, poverty, hunger, addiction, and homelessness. Public schools serve everyone, as well they should, along an increasingly complex spectrum with needs that lay people can only begin to imagine. And all of these kids are our kids, and all of these schools are our schools. I stand behind the currently approved plan, including the idea of a community campus, because it brings the most good to the most people, which is the mission of our school system. I don't think we have a leadership problem. We have a tribal problem. All of us have a tribal problem. We won't listen to each other. We won't listen to those other people because they're not us. But we better start because we're either going to rise or fall together.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Courtney Higdon.
One moment. Go.
My name is Courtney Higdon from Bloomfield, Kentucky. So where do we go from here? What's next? The recent weeks we've been embroiled in discussions about facilities projects. The topic has regrettably caused a significant division amongst some in our communities, and emotions have run high. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. And there are hostilities that are unfortunate. In moving our district forward, which we must do, we have to begin to focus our energies on the things that are most important in our mission to educate our children, something that we all can get behind. That focus has to be improving academic achievement. It's your responsibility, Mr. Superintendent, now to work to unify all of your constituents toward a common goal. You do that first by working with your board to understand its priorities and collaborating with members on goals and objectives. Then you engage teachers, administrators, parents, students, community members to further refine the goals and objectives and find ways to achieve those. You must do that. You're the administrative officer for the school system. That's your responsibility. Please unify us towards a common goal. That common goal must, as I mentioned, focus on academic achievement. We can all support that. We aren't where we need to be academically, whether you look at test scores or metrics that your team follows. Your team follows, Mr. Superintendent, the number of students that can read on level in our district. This chart is your chart, part of the data dashboard. It shows that at every grade level, 1st through 8th grade, only about 3 to 4 kids out of 10 can read on level. The math is even worse than that. What are we doing for our kids? They're not suffering or being treated inequitably because they don't have access to Algebra 1 in the 8th grade or enrichment classes like mythology or ceramics or flight in space or extracurriculars like HOSA and FFA, bass fishing or tennis. They're suffering and being treated inequitably because they can't read on level. They're behind in math. If you want to know what creates inequity for a person, that's it, their educational attainment. To use a football analogy, we have to turn our focus back to the fundamentals, basic blocking and tackling. Sure, it's desirable, of course, to have all those opportunities available to our students. I want that too for my own kids, but our first priority has to make sure that they're mastering core academic skills. Reading, writing, math, science, and social studies. That's what needs to be the focus, Mr. Superintendent and members of the board. That, I feel confident, all of us can get behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Liz Gillis. Wait a minute. Now.
The following is a quote from the Kentucky Department of Education's website. Each year, Kentucky schools publish school report cards and post them on the Kentucky Department of Education website. Not to be confused with student report cards, school and district report cards provide information about each school and district, including test performance, teacher qualifications, student safety, awards, parent involvement, and much more. The school and district report cards were established by statute KRS 703.6453, Section 20, and Regulation 703 KAR 5:140. Additionally, the report card must incorporate the requirements of the federal Every Student Succeeds Act. School report cards help open the lines of communication between a school, the homes of its students, and its local community. They provide an opportunity for schools to highlight their strengths and explain what they are doing to improve. Parents can use the school report cards when they visit their child's school for conferences and other meetings. While the KDE website is the most convenient and inexpensive way for the vast majority of Kentucky parents to receive this information, schools and districts are required, upon request, to print cards for parents lacking internet access. It has come to my attention that neither our district nor our schools are following this requirement. Our district has not posted our district school report card on its website, and none of our schools have their school report card posted on their website. Why is it that we don't have our school report cards posted as required by federal and state law? Is this just an oversight, or is it some effort to eliminate transparency into the performance of our schools and how they compare to their peers throughout the state? I would respectfully request this board and the district leadership to ensure compliance with these laws and regulations. I would also request that this body spend the largest majority of its time going forward discussing metrics such as those that are outlined in the report cards and other places which focus on student learning and achievement, teacher qualifications and experience, and instructional spending on our students. I would also like to thank Amanda Rogers-Deaton, David Norman, and Diane Berry for supporting and representing our District Number 5 and their districts as well, since our own District 5 board member does not support us.
Thank you.
Also, thanks to all the board members for supporting.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Trista Wheatley. Excuse me?
I'm speaking for a group. The House
Okay, one moment. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Trista Wheatley, and many of you might know me as Trista Coy, or just Miss Trista. I'm a teacher at Foster Heights Elementary. I was born and raised in New Haven and went to the New Haven School from kindergarten through 8th grade. I then attended Nelson County High School, where I graduated in 1991. I loved both of my educational and extracurricular experiences in this county. I knew that after college, I wanted to come back to Nelson County and make a positive impact on the students here and the community that I so dearly loved. I wanted to be a voice for the students that I watched growing up get passed up for certain opportunities. For those that didn't always have a cheerleader in their corner, I knew because of my own experiences that I could be the advocate that so many children need in their lives. This is my 27th year teaching. Hard to believe. Probably for some of you too. All 27 years have been spent with a wonderful student and staff at Foster Heights Elementary. I've seen many traditions and programs and practices come and go throughout my time at Foster Heights. And if you know me, you know that it's obvious that I love Foster Heights and I love my job. What you may not know is that I've never been more proud of the work at Foster Heights than in the past several years. In all my time at Foster Heights, we've always put students first. That's nothing new. But it's the last few years when we've worked diligently to put the needs and the understanding of the whole child first that I'm most proud. Our entire staff makes it a top priority every single day to build relationships with our students and families, to excavate the gifts of each student, and to provide opportunities for students to explore their passions, as well as create rigorous academic opportunities. It's an immense undertaking, but one that is of the utmost importance if we truly want to change the world. I travel 40 miles one way to work every day. We're in a time where every teacher in this county has the opportunity to teach anywhere they want. Everyone needs teachers. I choose to be right where I am. The work is hard, but it's worth it. And for anyone to say that teachers that I see every single day are not putting in the work time, the effort that's needed for success is ridiculous. These people have not been into my school. They've not seen with their own eyes the work on the front line. Later tonight, Mr. Hill from Foster Heights and Miss Clark from New Haven will stand before you and describe what's being done by both of these schools to create the best learning environments and opportunities for students. Both of these schools have had a major impact on the way I look at education. I'm here to say that the students at these schools and this entire county are more, hear me loudly, more than any test score. It is my experience both as a student and an educator that the ability of these children to truly change the world has nothing to do with any test. It takes the support of their community and every single stakeholder to truly put every child, the whole child, first. This wasn't on my notes, but I got a sec. If you read my report card as a kid, ask my mama, it didn't look so good. And every single time it said she talked too much and she needed improvement. But here I am 27 years later with kids coming out of that locker room to hug me and love me, and I did not say, what you get on your report card, Braden, what you get on that test, Kinley. And I had one say, Miss Trista, please stay, because I want to come teach with you someday at Foster Heights. Please, please work for every single student in this county. I don't want to leave without it happening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christy Gillian. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
She's speaking for a group.
Okay. Hello, I'm Christy Gilliland. I live in District 2, but I work and have worked at the New Haven School, which is in District 1, since 2018. I am here today because when I saw the community campus proposal in 2021, I knew immediately that it was the best plan to provide New Haven students the opportunities they desperately need. My passion is for helping students, especially students with disadvantages. I felt so passionate that I went to Bloomfield Elementary, and I believe I was the sole supporter at that time and spoke in favor of community campus. I knew it wasn't going to be well received, but I've always been taught to stand up for what is right and to advocate for those that can't or don't know how to advocate for themselves. Knowing it wouldn't be well received did not keep me away from a chance to advocate how this plan would put our students on an even playing field with their peers in other zip codes in Nelson County. I was booed out of that gym. I was called names. I was accused of being paid by the superintendent. Sorry, I've lost my spot. Hang on a second. But I'm standing here today, as I was in April of 2021, to tell you that New Haven students cannot continue to wait for anyone to do what is right by them. They can't. They cannot continue to wait. Our families want their students given equal access to resources, and they want their students to have opportunities. Our school continues to be put on hold, yet criticized for the work that we do every day. We are standing in the gap. We will not stand by and allow our kids to be left behind anymore. It is your responsibility as a board to address these issues. Our students deserve better.
Thank you. Next speaker, Julia Coy. Oh, Corky, okay. I had to guess who that was, really. Okay, one moment. Ready? Okay.
My name is Julia Coy. For 30 years at New Haven School, I was Miss Corky. New Haven will always be my school, and it will always have a special place in my heart. Both of my children went to New Haven School, but it wasn't until I started working at the school and attended training at some of the other schools in the county that I saw the discrepancy between them and New Haven. Other schools had modern lab equipment, technology, library facilities, better music rooms than we did, and band options. Playgrounds that were more than a metal sliding board with 4 swings and 1 foursquare game. Kindergarten rooms had sinks and bathrooms. The biggest difference of all was their attached gym. Still now, New Haven students have to go outside to go to PE and other activities that are held there too. Try explaining to a kindergarten student that they can't have PE because the weather's too bad. Before the renovation, there was no choice at lunchtime. The cafeteria was in the middle school building that was detached from the elementary. Bad weather and cold days call for coats and a mad dash outside. But they very seldom complained. When we thought we were getting new desks and cafeteria tables, we learned that by looking at the writing on them, they were hand-me-downs. Hand-me-downs from another school. All of this gave credence to the saying that we all knew so well, across the Blue Bridge. We were very excited to have a renovation, but soon enough realized that the other schools had or would have a new school. There should be equality throughout the school system in all areas. New Haven students will never have an equal education unless they are gathered outside of New Haven with other students in this county. I don't know all the board members. I know David some. But I know a lot of Normans. And I'll tell you one thing. There's not a one of them but step back and let another student have a chance that theirs didn't have. One time after a basketball game,
I'm sorry.
I am too.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was about you, Diane.
I can't help it. Your time's up. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. I got another one. Lacey Carter is our next speaker.
name is Lacey Carter, and I am the proud parent of a Boston 7th grader and a Thomas Nelson freshman. I've been told that the Boston parents have not been loud enough. I'm here because I, like many, many other Boston parents, are for the community campus. I support the work that the LPC put in. My question to the board is, why do you not trust the recommendation of the LPC? Why do you think your choice of how to spend our tax dollars is superior to the choices of the LPC? And I'm pretty sure it was made up of educational professionals, administrators, teachers, parents, and community members who are immersed in our schools every day. Why do you think you are better educated to spend our tax dollars than this group was?
Thank you. Next speaker, Janie Ann Mentor. Ms. Mentor.
We teach our students to think outside the box, think differently, study problems for a long-term fix instead of a short one. We had a committee that did just that. They looked at our middle school issues and our future needs and found a solution that would last. They did not keep trying to put Band-Aids on the problems. I'm discouraged that these well-researched ideas from a team of community members were met with such direct and immediate opposition. Is it because our small towns don't like change? Is it because they didn't like the people who brought the community campus idea? Is it because they have a better idea that is still best for students? I have not yet heard one. I lived in Europe in middle school, and I attended a 7th through 12th grade high school as a 7th grader. I understand this is not the current model being discussed exactly, and I understand my circumstances were a bit different at a military base. But teenagers are still teenagers. When given high expectations, they will rise to them again and again. I loved going to that school. I looked up to the high schoolers. I attended football games and felt very much a part of that school. I passed older students in the hallways, and I only have positive memories. I definitely hear and understand the concerns about money. I also hear the concerns about the needs at Nelson County High School. In fact, my son will attend here this fall, so I have a vested interest in this building as well. But I trust the 20-person LPC that was given the task of doing all of this research previously. Aren't our students' long-term needs worth that expense anyway, especially if it's going to last for decades? Imagine a campus where students have 7 years to build relationships with peers, teammates, teachers, and coaches. Imagine a campus where parents can have all of their teenage children at the same place and not have to drive 2 places across the county to pick them up like I've had to do for several years. Imagine a campus where all students have access to resources, electives, clubs, and teachers who are specialized in various subjects and areas. How can anything about this even be seen as negative? I have heard many people state that we need to be focusing on student education more and the buildings less. A student's learning environment is a huge part of their educational success, and we must solve this problem in a way that lasts long term, not just the next year or two. I can guarantee you that educators think about educators think about student education every day. I focus my entire school day on helping students become better readers. We have weekly meetings, we analyze data, we attend PDs. Just today, I was working on a district-wide curriculum map. If you are not in our buildings, but you are concerned about education simply because of the test score results that you have seen, come ask us questions. Visit our buildings. See what our students are learning. Our educators and parents are speaking, and we need you to listen.
Thank you. Next speaker, Colleen Yates.
Hello, my name is Colleen Yates, and I'll be honest with you, I have not wanted to attend any of these meetings because I thought they were chaos, and as my husband called them, a circus. But I felt like as a teacher that it's time for me to stand up for what I need to say. So I'm here. When certain board members want to publicly shame my school, my colleagues, myself, to deflect the negative attention away from themselves, then I have no choice to be here but to be here tonight. You say you're concerned about our school, but I have not once seen David Norman, Amanda Deaton, Diane Berry in my school since these scores were released 5 months ago. And Diane is our representative. Haven't seen you. As we all know, recruiting and keeping teachers is a huge dilemma for our profession. Why would anyone, be it a teacher or a family, want to be a part of Nelson County Schools right now with your lack of leadership? I've been a member of this community all my life and a teacher in this district for 20 years. Never have I been more embarrassed to be an employee of this district, and that embarrassment has nothing to do with Foster Heights test scores. It has everything to do with this board. I invite each one of you to visit Foster Heights, and you will see that our students are much more than a test score. I challenge all of you to rid yourself of your personal vendettas and start making decisions that will benefit every child in this community, not just the ones in your district alone.
Thank you. Next will be Delton Drake. Delton Drake. Okay, one moment.
I'm a lifelong resident of Northeast Nelson County. Now, of course, I don't want to lose my middle school. That's a given, okay? Do you blame me? Now, my parents moved back in 1950 and bought my grandmother's farm. They had 7 kids at that time. I'm the 8th, by the way. And they had a choice. They could send their kids to Spencer County, or they could send their kids to Nelson County. Now, there was no doubt at that time, Nelson County was by far the best choice. They had so many more options than Spencer County. I mean, they definitely didn't have a football team until, no, not recently. But anyway, of course, we want to keep our middle school. Now, when I decided to build a house when I took over the farm, the decision was the same. Of course, go to Nelson County. It's a better school system. But now I'm not quite so sure. And let me tell you why. I've got a grandchild in Spencer County. My son moved there to get close to work. His teacher at one time taught at Bloomfield. But for some reason, I think I know why, she felt she could not stay. Even though she had a history, long history there in Nelson County. Her father worked in the school system for years, but she no longer feels like she can work in Nelson County. Now, all of us want a good school system. We all agree on that. We want to support our teachers. But we do not want them intimidated and coerced. Now, this is not my first time at a public hearing trying to save Bloomfield Middle School. In 1990, I served on a committee. I was asked by Chaplain Elementary. Yes, they lost their elementary school, but we saved our Bloomfield Middle School at that time. And things are totally different now. One thing is different is the board member actually supported, from that district, supported people in his district, what they want.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Carly Height. Carly Height, okay.
Hello, my name is Carly Hyde. I'm speaking as a junior from Thomas Nelson High School. I have some things to say, but I'm going to keep it short and sweet because, yeah. Pride, P-R-I-D-E. Ever since I first walked into the halls of a Nelson County school, I have been charged with the task to carry myself with pride, to represent my county with pride, and to make Thomas Nelson into a school that I feel that I can be proud of. The Nelson County school system has taught me to be proud of my beliefs. I believe that no child should be denied a quality education on the grounds of their demographic. I believe that all students in my county deserve to be treated equally. I want every single board member to look out into the crowd and see the faces of their children, because every single student in this community deserves to be treated as though they are your own flesh and blood. I want you to do what's best for them, what's best for us, in order to make Nelson County a community that we can all be proud of. As a student, I'm immensely concerned about the direction in which our county is heading. Myself and so many other students have questions about what's going on to our schools, and we aren't getting any answers. I have to believe that the decisions that are being made are truly representative of the needs of this community, or I have nothing to believe in at all. I want a Nelson County school district that I can be proud to return to in the future, to raise my family. But if the needs of this community are not being met, Nelson County schools will not be a place for me to raise my future family. I feel that the things that I can be proud of are my teachers, my administrators, and my community standing up here and representing what's best for us, the students, because that's what this is all about.
Thank you. Next speaker is Beth Culver. Beth Culver. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I appreciate this opportunity to have my voice heard. On January 10th, at the Nelson County School Board Ignite meeting, when the 2 new board members were sworn in, all of you were asked, what is your why? Mrs. Berry, you stated your why was that you wanted to see students of Nelson County to get the very best education that we can afford and that we can make happen. Whatever we can do to make it happen, that's what we need to do. Mrs. Bowling, you stated that your why has changed from 2 years back when a vacant seat on the board came open. You stated that you were always involved in your children's education and the school community. Your vision has always been, what can I do for the kids? Not just the Boston kids, but for every kid of Nelson County. I quote, I mean every kid. Not just the top percent, not just the bottom percent. You stated that over the last 2 years, you have become more in tune with what the kids need to not only find success inside the buildings, but also outside of the school buildings. Mrs. Deaton, you stated, I love my schools, and that you've had some great teachers that helped change a career pattern for you. You stated that you see so much potential with parents and teachers. You think that the schools can do better, and you think that you can be an instrument for that, along with the other members of the board. Mr. Jackie, you talked about your years spent teaching in public school systems and how things have changed over the years. You are a product of public schools, your parents were a product of public schools, and your children graduated from Nelson County High School. You stated that you got to a point in your life when you started to think more about what you could do for your community to make it a better place and to figure out where you can make the biggest impact. You said it was in education and the investment in our public schools. Mr. Norman, you stated that your why started 8 years ago when you were advocating for your son. You stated that you wanted to make sure that we, the stakeholders, had a voice and that all kids in all parts of Nelson County are getting the same opportunities. You said that you just had a visit with New Haven School and heard lots of good things in staff meeting and with the KDE that New Haven had a lot of good things going on and you were relieved about that. You stated that your main goal is for New Haven to prosper because the kids and staff are great, and we, the board, need to support them. My why is not we, the taxpayers. My why are my 3 daughters that are students at Thomas Nelson High School and New Haven Elementary School, along with the numerous students, parents, coaches, teachers, and administrators that are sitting in this crowd tonight. I support the community campus at both Thomas Nelson High School and Nelson County High School, along with all of the other proposed upgrades and repairs in the DFP.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stephanie Johanna. Did I say that right? Maybe Johnson. Maybe. At 3526 Jim Clark Road? Okay. Well, no, it doesn't look like that on it. Okay. Okay. Hold on.
Okay, Stephanie Johnson, New Haven, Kentucky. So I'm a mom, only a mom, 4 kids out of Nelson County. The first one is an alumni of Thomas Nelson. And Amy Durbin over there, everybody here to think about her because she got him through high school. That's not in my notes. I just saw her tonight and it made me think that he hated school. She drug him through high school to get him to graduate, brought him peanut butter balls, I think it was, to get him to come to school and do his work. But she got him through and he graduated. So that's one. 3 others. I have a freshman at Thomas Nelson and 2 at New Haven. And my 7th grader at New Haven doesn't know where he's going to be spending his 8th grade year next year. I guess we took that for granted, knowing where our kids would be attending school the following year. So I know some people say sorry, I'm so nervous. The Thomas Nelson Community Campus idea is dead, but in my opinion, officially killing it is a huge mistake. We've known about the community campus plan for 22 months now. And I was a mom in April of 2021. I went to the Cox's Creek board meeting. 21. Had my face mask on, out there in the audience clapping. Every time someone said, save our schools, because of course we want to save our schools. I was that mom. But in the following months, the LPC, they heard us. They addressed our concerns, our safety concerns. They revised the plans, so then it made perfect sense for Thomas Nelson or for Boston and New Haven to be there. It made perfect sense. So to this date, I still haven't heard of a plan that results in keeping New Haven Middle School, keeping the kids in New Haven. So, and with the numbers and the funding, I understand that we can't keep 125 middle school kids in New Haven. So if keeping them in New Haven isn't an option, and we have to move them out of New Haven, then we need to have a permanent long-term location. In my opinion, that is Thomas Nelson. Since that first meeting, I've realized that I've attended in April of 21, I've come to realize that saving our schools means something different, means different things to different people. I want to save the schools, but I want to save it for all the kids in Nelson County. The community campus, I feel, is not a sudden reactive plan just to say we did something, like throwing them all in one middle school, with the exception of one middle school, or going backwards to one high school. The community campus plan gives room for growth. The numbers would be there to ensure that Thomas Nelson would be around for years to come. But sorry, I'm so nervous. But anyway, I just feel like we need to keep it on the table. If we shut it down, I mean, these kids, it's going to lack stability for kids that do not know where they're going to go to school next year, and then where they're going to go after that. They need stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Bocheski. A group? I'm sorry. Okay.
The comments tonight. Sorry, I have a script here, but I think I'm going to have to go off script. Other than Miss Berry, Miss Deaton, and Mr. Norman, I'm the moderator of the Save Our Schools Facebook page, so I'm probably the 4th most hated person in the room, given the current audience, and that's fine. You have your mission, I have mine. Free country, we all have our right to do that. We all want what's best for our children. There's absolutely no argument there. Where we have our division is how that's going to happen. We are not the federal government. We do not have a bottomless pit of money. There has been figures presented that makes it appear that way. However, we don't. As of early January, we have $3.8 million in our facility fund. On average, well, not on average, last year we brought in $6.7 million. Of that $6.7 million, $4.7 million of it went to pay off previous debt, facilities debt. That leaves $2 million. The numbers of $150 million to $250 million, even $270 million, that's not factual. We will, when we have $43 million in debt that we currently have, there's no way we can reach that number. I'm a big facts person. There's been lots of saying that misinformation, and transparency. Yet, how can there be transparency when one of our own board members is in a hidden, secret, private, invitation-only Facebook group? Is that transparent? That same person, sorry, I'm not going to call out names like a lot of you did, but you know who you are. Every time Miss Deaton or Miss Berry says something against your opinion, you bully them. You are a bully. You have been a bully to Miss Diane Berry, and it is embarrassing.
Be respectful, please.
Okay, moving on. We all have our opinions. There's facts. Facts are facts. Opinions are opinions. I could go on with that. Everybody has an opinion. And sorry, I lost my spot like many of you. This is something I'm very passionate about. I've attended board meeting after board meeting. Public comments that I've received, almost 70 of them. Next challenge teams, I belong to that. I went to every single LPC meeting. How many of you can say that? Every single one. Every board meeting. Okay.
Please.
Right on, you rock it, girl. But the majority of you haven't. Make sure you have facts. Hopefully the board has already made up their mind and will always put our children first, no matter what public comments they hear right before the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Sarah Bunch.
Okay, first I would like to bring up, there's been lots of, obviously, more people attending the board meetings. And at the end of some of these meetings, Mr. Jackie and Miss Bowling have been encouraging people to give your opinion, keep talking, keep talking. Bloomfield people did that about 22 months ago, and we were called selfish for not considering the needs of the rest of the county. At the beginning of the year, it was just a simple suggestion of merging the high schools back together. Next meeting, there is an entourage from Thomas Nelson. And the two of you just said, I'm so proud of you for being brave and speaking up for your schools. Where was your voice in telling the Bloomfield people that? But that's okay because they'll take care of that in November of 2024. Now, Amanda and David were up front from the get-go against the community campus. They were open about it. So in November, the people voted them in. Now, the louder people are the minority that were the majority. So are we going to teach our kids that a democratic process happened and that you can be loud, belligerent, and bully people if you don't get your way. My 10-year-old was watching me watch the meetings and saw people acting rude and ridiculous. And he said, Mom, why are people being like that? I said, well, I explained to him the election process, and I said, since a couple of people got on the board, they're not very happy about it. A 10-year-old said, it sounds like they're just mad because they didn't get their way. Yes, and at either way. And Miss Gilliand, I believe you were talking about how rude the people were at Bloomfield were to you. And to be honest, you interrupted me that night, even though I was quiet and I let you have your time, and here you are again. So I do agree that New Haven needs much attention, and they've been ignored for years. Years. But are we going to teach our kids that if you don't get your way, if you disagree with people, that you have the right to bully and verbally assault people and treat them like crap on social media? Because that will be the most detrimental lesson that ever comes from Nelson County schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Emily I'm sorry, I can't read it. Polham. Okay. Okay, one moment.
Good evening. My name is Emily Polhemus. My husband Corey and I moved to the Samuels area of Nelson County in 2011. And I'm the president of the Cox's Creek Elementary PTO and a mother to 3 Nelson County students. I'm an engineer, a former high school teacher, and thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective and listening to my concerns with the direction that I feel the district has been heading in since the beginning of 2023. I've been disappointed and concerned over the outcomes of the last 3 specially called board meetings. Months of work from volunteers, staff, contractors, and community members have been dismissed without consideration for the full picture of all the different factors that are required to be considered when creating a district facility plan. Capacity continues to be highlighted. Building capacity is one factor, but I implore the board to consider what does that capacity mean, and what does it look like in actuality? What are the assumptions that are baked into that calculation? In my world as an engineer, running at capacity means there's no room for variation. There's no room for expansion. It means that you're running at risk. As a teacher, having a class at capacity meant less capacity for differentiation and less capacity for planning. It meant I lost my classroom during my planning period. Being at capacity means that it's more difficult to build those quality relationships, and it's easier for our students to feel lost. As a mother, operating at capacity feels like my child is a number, a product to be shuffled rather than a member of this community. What do you think operating at capacity is going to look like to our students? My kids have thrived at Nelson County Early Learning Center at Cox's Creek Elementary. My quiet kids found their voice and their passions so early because of the vision Mr. Bradley and the district have set forth. During the pandemic, when it could have been so easy to lose the sense of community, the school pushed forward and found a way to forge those connections with my children and with myself. Every time I interact with the staff at Cox's Creek Elementary and the Early Learning Center, I'm impressed by the environment created in those schools. I'm amazed how quickly the staff knew who my kids were and about what their interests are. They've managed to help my kids look to the future without limiting them to a track. I want my children and all the other children to continue to have opportunities for enrichment. In conclusion, members of the board, you've been called to serve our community. Be involved, visit our schools, volunteer in the classrooms, define the problem, and then challenge your assumptions. Listen intently and collaborate, and provide direction to the district. A direction that will maximize our students' capacity for learning, and not just maximize our ability to fill out a square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lance Filiandro.
Well, mine's going to be boring. I'm not making a sign. So.
Well, hold now.
Oh, thanks, Diane. So, I was going to talk a little bit about, the respect I have for our teachers. I know a couple weeks ago, I remember Sheriff Penrose said that the two most disrespected communities he believes were teachers and law enforcement. So I just wanted to come up and thank all the teachers here, regardless of what side you're on. And Miss Spalding here was my art teacher in 1999 over there in the freshman wing. And I just blew me away when I saw you come up here and speak. But about me, I am, I don't want to say the cliche, I'm a proud parent of 2 students, because I want to see the first person come up here and say, I'm an ashamed parent of 2 students but I've got 2 students here in Nelson County Schools, and we're out of district. So we choose to come to Nelson County, so that tells you that, I do appreciate our teachers. But moving forward, I think it's very important that we continue to be innovative. I don't believe that we won a $10 million grant for our UP Center by being stagnant. And I'm saying that right? We $10 million grant that we received for innovation. So whatever we do, we've got to stay innovative. I don't think anyone here wants to, raise your hand if you want to be stagnant. Okay. So anyway, that's all I have. I just pray you all, make the right decision whatever that is.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Miracle.
Hi, my name is Jamie Miracle. I have lived in Cox's Creek pretty much all of my life. I did not write anything down or prepare anything, so I'm just kind of letting it go. I work in higher education. I am a professor of culinary arts at ECTC. I really loved the story earlier of the student that is on his career pathway. He knows what he wants to do with his life, and he had the help here to get him started, and hopefully he'll come on to ECTC and finish his education. But last fall, I really got involved in looking into the community campus model. And honestly, I was one of those people, I guess, that wasn't really paying attention because I thought, the LPC's here, they're leading the way. There's a lot of good, smart education leaders on this, and they're going to make the right decision. But when I really started looking at it, and I really looked at the change, the education reform that this plan brings to this county, man, I got excited. Look at these collabs, look at the art collabs, look at the engineering. I didn't see a hospitality and culinary arts collab. We can talk about that. Education is changing in this country. Higher education is training. Our Secretary of Education for the federal government, they just approved $1.6 billion for CTE. The way we educate has to change. I hate hearing about the ACT and the scores and getting them college ready. 60% of our county high school graduates don't go to college. It's what's happening. So what are we going to do for them to get them ready for life? What are we going to do to prepare them to be successful adults? What do we do for these towns and our communities that have been left behind for decades that still live in this cycle of poverty, basically? How do we make that happen? How do we change that? How do we take care of the 60% of the kids that don't go to get a bachelor's degree? Speaking of bachelor's degree, I have one that I don't use, that I'm still paying student loans on, like probably a lot of us are. But this community campus model, this change in education, this reform that we so desperately need in this county and in this country can't stop. we can't kill it. If we kill it, we kill a vision, a hope for a community that's been left in the dark in this county for decades. And it's not just for New Haven and Boston, it's for all of us, all of our kids. What if we had, here's my hope. I'm gonna hurry up. I am a single mother living under the household median income in this county, which is not really typical of apparently people live in Cox's Creek because there's a lot of very wealthy people there. But when I see this idea of if my middle schooler had the opportunity to be in an art collab, get her dual credits, go on ECTC, graduate.
Sorry. Thank you, Jamie. Next speaker is Ashley Carter. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for letting me talk tonight. I'm going to be honest, I'll start out, I was incredibly nervous. For those of you who have not had an opportunity to stand up here and talk with everyone, it's incredibly intimidating. So as of right now, you all are in your underwear because that makes me get through this. So, my name is Ashley Carter, and I am a parent to 2 children at Boston School. I represent a small group of families who live outside Nelson County who send their kids to Boston School specifically. We live in Lebanon Junction, that's Bullitt County. Being out of district, I think, gives me a unique perspective. Because I choose to send my kids to Nelson County. I'm going to say that again. I choose to send my kids to Nelson County. I choose Nelson County schools because there's something unique and there's something special about Nelson County, specifically Boston School. Boston has convinced me as a parent that this is where our children should be. I'm here because it has been said that Boston and New Haven parents have not been loud enough. So here I am to be loud so that our voices are represented. I'm also told that parents of these communities do not want the community campus, and I'm here to say that that is not true. That is what I want. So let's chat about that. 2 years ago, I would have voted no to community campus. Why? Because I didn't know what I know now. Over the last several months, I have sought out information. I feel like as a parent, it is a no-brainer for these kids. They need this. Currently at Boston, we are allotted 5 teachers to teach 6th through 8th. If the community campus was approved, we would qualify for over 50 teachers. 50 teachers. To me, as a parent, that tells me 50 different opportunities to impact our kids and help them grow and prepare for life. Now that I know this information, and trust me, there's a lot of information out there, I need to break it down and ask some questions. So we have this group of community members made of parents, teachers, principals, named the LPC. They sat down, they did their research in math, and based on that, they made a recommendation that community campus is what's best for our kids. And then 3 of you voted no. I have some questions for the 3 of you who voted no. First one, what makes you think that our kids don't deserve the same opportunities that all the other middle schools in our district have? What makes you think that you know better than this group that made the recommendation? A group made up of parents, community members, teachers, and principals. Last I checked, none of you are educators in our building. Every day, we as parents trust that the educators in our buildings are going to teach our children. They're going to teach them and prepare them for life. When all of you voted no, that sent a clear message to me as a parent that you trust the educators in our building. We have a lot of really great educators. You trust them to enrich our children. but you do not trust their judgment. And as a result, you do not respect them as educators. That is a problem. It's a problem for me, and it should be a problem for a lot of parents. I would ask that the board revisit the community campus model and vote yes. To all the other parents out there who haven't had an opportunity to come up here, I see you, because I know I have been in the bleachers, I've been in the seats, and I've been watching. And please feel compelled to get up here and speak if you can do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Jamie Chenault. We won't.
There you go, sir. There you go, ma'am.
Thank
you, ma'am. Miss Tracy. There you go, mate.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
What'd you do?
There you go, sir. Oh, I haven't torn Phil's tendon.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, so first of all, I am Jamie Chenault. I am a teacher leader at Boston, and I teach STEM to preschoolers all the way to 8th graders. Yes, that is so exciting and so much fun. And I'm not being sarcastic, I actually really enjoy it. So what I decided tonight is that I would get up here and I would do what teachers, at least with an elementary background, love to do best, and read you a little bit of a story. And so I read this book, about 92 pages, that is called Who Moved My Cheese? And I was intrigued by that. And so I can't read you 92 pages of a story, but I can tell you my retelling of the story. So that is what I'm going to do. So the author is actually Dr. Spencer Johnson, who sold over 28 million copies of this book. And it was written in 1998. Now, even to me, because I'm a technology person, 1998, that was a long time ago. I'm not calling you old, but that was a long time ago. So you might be thinking, is the storyline still relevant today? And board, I will let you all make that decision. So the book has 4 main characters who face a challenge. And the challenge is nourishment, aka cheese. 2 of the characters are mice, Scurry and Sniff, and the other 2 are what the author called little peoples, and they are him and haw. And him is not spelled like the pronoun him, it's H-E-M, just to make sure that you know that. So every day, the 4 go on an adventure through the maze of life looking for cheese. However, the mice quickly notice that their supply of cheese was decreasing rapidly, so they were faced with a choice. Adapt and change, choice number 1, or choice number 2, keep going to the exact same place every day, hoping that their situation would change. Well, the mice, Sniff and Scurry, had prepared and recognized that him and Haw were being kind of selfish and taking more than they needed. So Sniff and Scurry set out on another adventure to find cheese. They thought, hey, let's go on an adventure, let's go look for some more cheese. And so that's what they did. Daily, him and Haw grew angrier and angrier at the situation.
Thank you.
Board members, I suggest that you finish reading the book.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we've heard from all of our signees, so thank you very much. Next section of our,
Break. Break.
excuse me?
Want to take like a 5-minute intermission?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah,
We're
that'd be
we're
good.
going to take a 5-minute intermission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good to leave that on?
See if you remember that night at the bottom.
back, You may have to do it again.
I did. Okay, our next section is our consent agenda, and that involves the monthly financial report, leaves of absence, minutes from the previous meeting, corporal punishment policy update, second reading, 22-23 letter of support, fundraiser request, overnight out-of-state field trip request, and I believe that involved the Thomas Nelson Band, New Haven, Washington, D.C., and Thomas Nelson Beta. With that being said, we received this information in our packet. So do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jackie made the motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Norman, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Our next section is the annual state and federal compliance. With that as a personnel notification, there is no action required on this one. Our next is B, grant applications and acceptance, and that is by Ms. Karen Lee.
Good evening. The first thing that I will be covering with you this evening is that we have been awarded some grants, and I'm asking for your acceptance on those. And as part of that, we will go back and revisit, back to the slide, please. Who's there? This represents the grants that we have received, and we've been sorting those so that you can track the purpose of them as they come in and the category under which they fall. This is part of our larger priorities and ecosystem discussion. And as you can see that there, the total has increased and it is not showing on the screen. So this represents what we've received over the past 3 years. And so that gives you some perspectives of something that you can go back and look in for these grants. And so this evening I have for you first the Kentucky Department of Education Math Achievement Fund mini grant. We discussed this in October. It was presented to each of our elementary schools as an opportunity to apply, and they looked at that in terms of how it aligned to their curriculum needs and also their professional development plans. And Boston was awarded $40,000 to provide math intervention curriculum and training at Boston School. Second, we came to you also in the fall and sought to apply for a KISTI outreach grant in the amount of $10,000 to provide our laser engraver for the engineering collab at Thomas Nelson High School, and we were awarded that grant from KISTI. And that is the second of those grants that we have received in the past couple of years. Also have for you a donation in the amount of $1,500 from Walmart for the heavy equipment and diesel mechanic program at the Up Center. This is a donation. It is not a grant, but we are required to present that to the board because the amount exceeds $1,000. And finally, the Local Food for Schools Cooperative Agreement is a grant in the amount of $41,092.22. And that is for our school food cafeterias to provide local and fresh fruits and vegetables to our students and serve that as part of our meal program.
Great, great.
So I present those to you this evening.
I need a motion, please, to accept the grant. Also, the outreach grant, a donation to the Up Center Diesel Mechanic Program, and the Local Food for School Cooperative Agreement as presented. Do I hear a motion? Thank you, Mr. Jackie. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Bowling. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Motion carried. Okay, thank you. Next, I need a motion for approve of the submission of the, I can't even read it, the challenge grant in the amount of $50,000 to support land lab experience for students in the ag program. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Deaton, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Our next item will be New Year bid packet, and that's Jessica Rogers.
I'm just here tonight to ask you to approve that we advertise for our annual bids for pest control, diesel, gasoline, etc. And for paving, sorry.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, then I also need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, the motion made by Ms. Bowling to approve the contract with Well Said Better Speech and Language.
No, it's just.
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this. I can barely
it's
read
just,
this.
It's just to advertise for the
Yeah.
bids.
Just to advertise. Okay. Memorandum, New Year's packet, yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do I hear a second for that motion?
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carry.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the next item is a memorandum of agreement for teacher placement.
Hi, I'm here tonight to ask you to approve our two MOAs that will place student teachers in our buildings for the 23-24 school year. That is with KCTCS and Campbellsville University. The third one is to place people who are working on their degree in mental health to work under our mental health realm that we have here in Nelson County Schools. So I'm just asking tonight that you accept those three MOAs.
Okay, one moment. My computer's not doing a real good job here.
Ms. Cundiff, so the EKU MOA, and you talked about that being for the mental health services?
Yes, correct.
That is connected to the mental health services grant that we also got, or?
No, this would be separate. This is through the network of Stacy Hoderman. So she is connecting with universities. And so through her networks and connections that she has, EKU is excited to be able to partner with us. A lot like student teaching, these are professionals that will be going into the mental health realm. So it allows us to provide internships for those students and also provide mental health services for our students.
I'm following on that now then. A friend of the family did something similar in Northern Kentucky in a school district, so.
Yes, sir.
Understand.
Okay. Then I need a motion to approve the student teaching placement memorandum of agreement with the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Do I hear a second?
There's three of them. We just approve the MOAs as presented. We can do all three at once.
Okay.
Somebody just needs to make that motion.
I'll make a motion to approve all three as presented.
Okay, is that including the agreement for teacher placement, contract for speech and language? And no, it's only on the first one, the second one. Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay, Mr. Norman, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Back to you, Madeline.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
contract of speech language services.
Yes, so Well Said Better Speech and Language has a speech language pathologist that is able to provide us contract service hours to support speech therapy services for our students. So tonight I just ask for your approval of the Well Said Better Speech and Language pathologist contract.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve this contract for speech and therapist?
Motion.
Okay, Mr. Jackie, motion.
I'll
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Ms. Bowling. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we get to our 2023-2024 NCS Discipline Code.
Just to clarify, we approved this in February in order for it to be a part of the online registration process.
Typically not this early in the year. So much of what I do is work with schools across the district aligned with culture and safety. And the code of conduct really just aligns with that work as an artifact really that supports families and students and leaders across the district. So this is an annual process to approve of a code of conduct for the next school year. As Mr. Bradley stated, it's a little bit earlier that we're asking so we can support families earlier in the online registration process. So I had shared with you guys a video about what this process looked like and the number of stakeholders who were involved in providing the feedback and making suggestions for revisions or changes. And the very back page, and I have copies if you all need it, but I know you had that digitally. Do any of you all need this at this point? Okay. So the very back page was really a summary of any of what we might call major changes, and not particularly major, but extracurricular eligibility. All schools right now, SBDM approves that eligibility, and so we were looking to just align that minimally across the district as it relates to behavior, attendance, and grades. With bus transportation, we are looking at repeat incidents that are occurring on the bus, and we know that the bus is one of the places that we need to be concerned about student safety always, but on the bus you're thinking about students, the driver, other drivers on the road. So with increased incidents would be increased consequence there. And then school campus guidelines, our high schools are already implementing if a student is under grade 9 that they be supervised by an adult at any of our ticketed events. And so having talked with our middle school leaders, they also would like to consider having our students under grade 9 be accompanied by an adult at those events as well, as a safety precaution, as additional supervision at those events as well. So those are the changes that you would see in this year's Code of Conduct. So we are seeking approval of the 23-24 Code of Conduct to get that online for our families to be able to go ahead and access that and register for next year. Do you all have any questions?
I had one question on when I was reviewing the dress code. It has the shirts with attached hoods. Is that new? Because typically, is that something that we didn't allow before?
It's been there that they could have attached hoods, and previously you had to have a collar under it.
Okay.
And so as I talked to the 6 through, because we know that the P5 dress code is a little bit different, as I talked to the 6-12 leaders, having to have kids dig out a collar to prove that they have a collar under that hood, it becomes a little cumbersome and it's going to slide right back under that hood. So it has always been on there, but with a collared shirt under it. And as a kind of a solution to that, I guess it just makes it easier if those are spirit wear.
And then, but SBDM can decide if they're only worn on like Friday.
Exactly.
Okay.
So these are minimum.
Okay.
Meaning SBDM could be more restrictive if
Right.
that school
So
chose.
an SBDM could agree, like, we're not going to do hoods at all.
Okay, any more questions, comments? Okay, with that being said, I need a motion to approve the 2023-2024 Discipline Code as presented. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Jackie, second.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Bowling, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next section is next strategic decision making is Advanced Kentucky Access to Algebra, LOA for middle school math.
We have a great opportunity to be a part of Advanced Kentucky Access for Algebra. So what that program is a program that helps support our middle school math teachers and our middle school students as well. So the program allows for, and if we click on the presentation link, you can kind of see a couple of these things that are included in the program here. You can go to slide 2. But these are all the incentives that are included in access to algebra from Advanced Kentucky. It is at zero cost to our district. It is just an opportunity to support teachers and students. So a couple of things that are included in this program is the emphasis on vertical teaming. So they have a math curriculum coach that we have access to as a part of this program.
That person would help work with our math teachers, our content leads, and think about our curriculum maps that we are in the process of making right now. Another benefit to this program is funding and resources. So all of the schools, the middle school principals met with Advanced Kentucky this week, and they were provided resource funding and budgets for materials for math classrooms, for professional learning, for ways to collaborate, and also leadership stipends. So that's another benefit of this program. Our students would also take the PSAT every spring as a measurement of benchmark. So that allows us to see progress over the 3 years that we would be engaged with Advanced Kentucky Access to Algebra, but also our middle school students are able to earn stipends, or earn checks for meeting benchmarks and for meeting growth goals. So as a middle school student, I think that's something that's really exciting that would come from Advanced Kentucky. They would earn $50 if they either met benchmark or if they grew 70 points according to the PSAT. So another opportunity for our students as well. And then one thing that's really exciting for our teachers that they're most excited about is they have access to 3 years of professional learning during the summer. It's laying the foundation training, and from math teachers that I have spoken with, they have really valued that training. It's a very expensive training, so the fact that we get to do this for free is an awesome opportunity. So we'd have all middle school math teachers and also diverse learning teachers that teach in math classrooms would be able to attend this training for free for 3 years. They also get access to laying the foundation curriculum as an instructional resource. And if you think back to our needs assessment, our teachers were saying content-specific PD, they were saying instructional resources, they were saying collaboration together, they were saying vertical alignment. All of these things are addressed within access to algebra from Advanced Kentucky. So we went through a process where we applied as a district to be a part of this program. They met with all of our middle school math teachers and principals to inform them of this program because there are requirements that you have to meet. There are things that you have to do as far as time commitment with training. And then recently we went over the contracts that outlined the funding supports as well as the time supports that our schools would get. So my ask of you all tonight is to approve the letters of agreement for our middle school students.
Okay. That being said, I need a motion to approve the Advanced Kentucky LOA as presented. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion.
Oh, okay, Ms. Bowling, thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Jackie. I have all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Teresa Henderson, and I am the Director of P through 5 Next Generation Learning. I have the privilege to celebrate the hardworking and dedicated teachers and leaders of New Haven and Foster Heights tonight. We are going to take a look at the success and the focus and the commitment to their students thus far this year. And so I have a team with me up here. Thanks. That they're going to go through the details of their progress.
So first, before we get started, I want to thank our teachers and staff who put in the hard work every day to provide our students with opportunities to be successful. And I want you all to know that you're loved and celebrated and appreciated, and that the work that you do does not go unnoticed. And thank you.
So what you guys will hear over the next couple of minutes is really a collaboration between New Haven and Foster Heights and some supports that we've been given over the last little bit, and then how we're using that to support our teachers and ultimately support our students. So first, Jessica did a really good job talking about her values at Nelson County High School, how they develop those things. We want to definitely go back to kind of our why, and at New Haven talk about what we believe for our students and what we feel like is the most important for their educational experience. Some of those things come back to our values and our belief statements. In those, we would talk about, again, the gifts of each other as well as the gifts of our community. We want our students to be able to contribute to our local and global communities, specifically New Haven and Nelson County. We also want to think about using every experience as a learning opportunity. Learning does not just occur within a classroom. We want to make sure that our students have access outside of our classroom, but also that our teachers are able to teach and lead outside of the classroom as well. A big piece that we will continue to talk through. Oh, sorry.
I don't think it's turned on. The clicker's turned off. Sorry, I handed it to you without it on.
Got it. Okay, so then we're going to talk through some processes that we have gone through since the beginning of the school year based on our local data, and I'll let some of our teachers kind of talk through what that looks like as well. But one of the things that we want to articulate is, mimicking some of what our teachers have said already at this point, is our students also need more than just the academic component. We pride ourselves in knowing that we care for the whole child. We're committed to the whole person, making sure we ensure their safety, their health, engagement, and their emotional well-being. That is a big priority of ours, and everything we do every single day goes back to that. So when we talk about connecting and creating, again, connecting with each other, creating with each other, and our local community as well as our families. Last school year, we started looking at literacy. We really started breaking down what those anchors should look like, the experiences that our kids should have within those. This year, we've dove a little bit deeper in that, and I'm going to hand it over to our assistant principal, Ms. Darty, and she's going to talk through a little bit about our literacy framework and the work that we've been doing at New Haven.
Good evening. So I'm Ms. Darty. I'm the vice principal at New Haven. This is my first year here, but we've done a lot of work since I started in July. So some of that work is thinking through what does literacy look like at New Haven and what do kids get to experience when they are in a classroom during the literacy block at New Haven. So what we've done is kind of broke that down into the literacy pillars. These are not things that we made up. These are things that come from state standards, things that come from expertise of how we teach reading and how students learn to read and all those different types of things. So if you'll see these literacy pillars, there's phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. Those are things we think about every single day, especially in the K-2 classroom, because we thought about, hey, where do we have to meet these kids? They have to have those foundational skills. So that's our focus. So when we think about when a kid enters kindergarten, first grade, second grade at New Haven, what do we want them to have in that 2-hour literacy block that every single kid gets every single morning? So what we looked at was we said, hey, we've got to teach all of these within that block. Teaching students to read is not an easy task. It's a lot of components that come together and a lot of outside factors. So when we think about that, we say, okay, phonemic awareness, we talk to teachers. Do you have what you need to teach that? If you don't, here, let me give it to you. Let us get it for you. So we handed them books and resources and supplemental materials that taught that in a quick 15-minute lesson every day. Every student at New Haven, K-2, gets that lesson every single day. From there, we talked about phonics. These are all state standards. So we looked at the state standards and we said, hey, what do we have to do to teach those things? We broke down the standards, deconstructing standards, and said, hey, again, we need something to help with that resource. So we got them resources, we trained them, we made sure the teachers felt confident in that process, and we're still doing that weekly, daily, that modeling through that. Same thing with the rest of it. So we're in the process of building each of these and making sure that each of them are solid. We're not there yet, but we're working on that every single day to get there. It's going to take some time, but we're hoping when this goes through and it comes to fruition, that by the time kids are in 3rd grade, they can then read to learn, not learn to read. So we're trying to make that transition. From there, this is kind of our Tier 1 whole group core instruction. We think about, okay, what are we going to do? What do kids have to know? That's where we're teaching it. If they don't know it, then what are we going to do? So we said, hey, we did our best, we gave it our all, but kids are still not getting it. We're going to move to small group instruction to give those differentiated skills. So we're going to say, okay, kids are going to read to self, have a book on their level that they can read, that they can process through, that they can think through. Teacher skills group, teachers are saying, okay, I taught this, they didn't get it, I'm going to sit with these 4 kids and I'm going to teach them this skill again. I'm going to teach them this skill again, and I'm going to keep doing that process. I'm going to teach, I'm going to assess, and I'm going to reteach until these students get it. That way they don't keep falling through the cracks and we don't keep leaving them behind, and we can keep moving forward. Word work just kind of goes along with all this. I ready my path. That's where kiddos are working on their level. So if I'm a 4th grade teacher, yet I have kids in my room that's on the 2nd grade level, I'm not necessarily taking my class time to teach that because I have to teach these 4th grade standards. I'm pulling them in my small group and I'm getting them, I'm saying, hey, I'm going to help you with your 2nd grade standards, but also we have this where it says, hey, you can work through this, then I can pull you in and I can help you and try to close that gap from that where I'm on 2nd grade but I'm in 4th grade. So really all this combined is us trying to close that gap and make our instruction solid, make our teachers feel confident, and give them the resources they need. So that's kind of what we're doing every day in literacy at New Haven.
So this goes through a process that we've begun working through in our PLC groups around teacher clarity. So Hope mentioned and talked through making sure our teachers felt confident, but also had the resources to make sure our students were able to read. So if you look through this process, Mr. Hill and his team is going to talk through a little bit of this as well, again, using maybe some different visuals, but basically our teachers have worked through deconstructing the standard, identifying what is asked of us at the state level, then determining our learning intentions. What do we want kids to learn from that? How are we measuring success? How are we assessing those students? How are we making sure that they understand that information? Then we go back to our development of classroom experiences. We analyze and review the data we have, and then we ask our teachers to reflect on that and change instruction based on those things. Our next steps in this process, Mr. Hill will also talk a little bit about math and what that work looks like. We now will be moving into the same process, having our teachers deconstruct standards, identify supports in that, and move through that process with math at this point as well.
So one of the things that's been really beneficial for us and our team is the collaboration with New Haven in the work and sharing a lot of the same priorities and gathering intelligence with the New Haven team to be able to breathe life into the work that we're doing at Foster Heights. Before we dig into the details about literacy and math and those instructional pillars, I think it's important to get a view of how we view education, a little bit about our vision and how we approach things. You'll see the student belief statements here. Those are things that we don't just paste on the wall. We actually believe, and we try to inspire our students to believe that. You've heard a lot about a holistic view of a child, attending to the whole child. Like New Haven, that's something we take great pride in. These are our belief statements. My contributions to the world are essential. We want our kids to know that they do contribute to their own success, but also to a much broader community as well. I am changing the world. You probably see it on some shirts from some very inspired people. We want our kids to know that they are change agents. They do have a voice. We want to empower them to change the world and bring about the change that they want to see within the world. And then our care component, the world is a better place because of me. We want our students to be good human beings. We want them to be good brothers and sisters and friends and make things, leave things better than they found them. So that's really important that we have the belief statements that align to our core values of passion, authenticity, and care. So within kind of how we utilize those and how those belief statements come to life, really how we approach learning is it should be more than just the academics. While that's very important and we don't deny that, that is a component, not the only component. So academic learning plus future-ready skills, some might call those 21st century skills, next-gen competencies, those things that we know are vital for success in life after school. It's important for our kids to grow in those areas. Plus passion equals the Husky learning experience. We do believe that it's important for our kids to be able to explore passions. They don't come with the same experiences. There's inequities within what students experience when they come to our school. We need to provide them an outlet to explore their passions, to learn the world around them. What are they interested in? What might they be interested in learning more about? We're not trying to put them on a pathway, but yet just really opening their eyes to what exists beyond the walls of the school. So with all these things, we feel like that's our obligation to our students and families to make sure we're attending to all these areas with our students. We're fortunate to have a really good team and a big team of really smart people that are thinking critically about the work. First, we'll start off with literacy, and one of our vice principals, Ms. Cheryl Woods, will speak to some of the work that we're doing in regards to literacy.
Well, thank you, first of all, Hope, because you pretty much laid the groundwork for what we do at Foster Heights. I know we're on the same page a lot of times, but it's nice to be able to come up and not have to repeat everything, because everything you said is everything that we strive for at Foster Heights. You mentioned those 5 big pillars of reading. Vocabulary, comprehension, fluency, decoding, phonemic awareness, and phonics. And all of those things are things that we know kids need at an early level, especially K2. And if we can provide those things to our kids early on, we can make sure that they can succeed once they get to 3rd grade. So one of the big, not a big change, but one of the things that we've really focused on this year is getting those resources in our teachers' hands so that they know every kid K through 2 gets these experiences, and they are scaffolded in a way that allows kids to succeed. So for phonemic awareness, we are currently using a Hegarty program. So all kids in K through 2, our 3 through 5 teachers have it, so that those kiddos that are also struggling with gaps have those skills building as well. We utilize UFly Phonics, which is another program, but is a short 15-minute program where kids get that intense instruction that they need in phonics. And we're currently using decodable readers and multisensory approaches within K2 to make sure that our kids are getting those skills that they need to succeed. And the goal for that is so that eventually, when they are transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn, they're able to apply those skills in an authentic way. So we truly believe at Foster Heights that our kids can contribute to our community. So we are committed to providing opportunities for them to build background knowledge through literacy. We know that our kids, just like Mr. Hill said, do not come to us with all the opportunities that kids in more affluent parts of the country get. So it's our job to provide those with those opportunities to learn things that they might not have access to. That includes going to places that they've never been before and providing that community exploration piece of it. We are exploring a curriculum to be able to build those skills for our kiddos and explore those areas. And I know that I've talked to Hope and her literacy team about that a little bit, just so that we're on the same page and we're making sure that we are congruent with those things. A third piece of that is that performance-based assessments. We want our kids to be able to take those literacy skills that they've learned in K2, build on what they're getting, learning content knowledge-wise through science and social studies, and apply those skills in a way that makes sense. It's not just learning the skills and being able to pass a test. It's being able to take those skills and apply it in a real-world conversation with a community partner or in front of your family during your gift showcase, being able to utilize those skills in an appropriate way. At the bottom here, we kind of have our clarity work, kind of like Tiffany mentioned. We're in the infancy stages of that. We're still beginning that. I think for us, it started really with looking at some resources and curriculum to get in our teachers' hands and being able to use that curriculum to be able to build teacher knowledge and capacity. So through that, we're looking at standards deconstruction. What does that look like for our kids to know what they are actually in charge of learning within their grade level? Us as teachers being able to communicate that through success criteria for our students. Unifying assessment design, making sure that, again, all students are provided equal opportunities to learn those things, and then looking at that data and responding to it in a way that makes sense for our kids. So this, even though this is linear, this is a cycle. We go back every time, making sure that our kids get what they need. And Mr. Alan Thomas is going to talk about our math.
Hello, I'm Alan Thomas. I'm an assistant principal at Foster Heights, kind of taking the leadership role within our mathematics. Many of the same instructional practices that they've talked about within literacy, a lot of those we are trying to continue the alignment within mathematics as well, beginning with just getting student engagement to become a major part of what our day is. We did adopt a math program as well. It's another resource that has been very good in supporting the confidence in our teachers in going through that deconstruction of standards, looking for the depth and rigor within the mathematics that we want our students to be able to be capable of. And it's been a great resource to our school in the conversations we're having around mathematics. The next one of the pillars that we're going to talk about would be John Hattie's visible learning type of approaches through mathematics. the importance of students getting their hands on manipulatives, concrete items that allow them to manipulate, to be able to explore the mathematics in order to form ideas that they can share and blend with other students to be able to come up with more efficient ways of doing mathematics. That shift, once concrete comes in play, and that's K through 5 as well, you move to a more representational type of form of mathematics where the concrete has to become that next construct of mathematics, which is you are now able to represent it with some sort of visible representation that brings clarity to you as an individual. And that movement then goes to what most of us recognize as traditional mathematics, which is more of the abstract way. It's not just now a sit-get portion. You do what your teachers have told you to do. You have to become an active participant in the mathematics and the ideation of what you're creating, bringing a lot of those 21st century skills into play as well. We want students to actively engage in that. And we have the gradual release approach, which is a continuous thing that we've done for years and years, and that is the teacher has to be a wonderful model of that. So even in the deconstruction of the standards and the processes that we're going through as professionals, we also have to recognize that our models, the representations that we are able to provide for our students, we have to be very good at our practices within that. So the mathematical practices that we practice as teachers come into play through the models that we give for our students. In that, we gradually release to where we start having students be more responsible for their learning. And in the end, that is the outcome that we want, and that is students to have ownership of their thoughts and ideas and actually go and start to do some of the things on this side that are the more authentic mathematics. The student engagement, we don't want to just give things that can be memorized. We want them to grapple with things that are open-ended and have many unknowns, because that is what the world provides to us on a normal basis. So allowing our students to have that high-level debate, to be able to start to bring clarity to themselves and their ideation within mathematics is very important in the way that we present that to our students. As Cheryl and the rest have said, there's a larger purpose than just us coming in and teaching mathematics every day. It is in that skill set and the design and the thoughts that you have within math. We need to be able to figure out how we give back to the community and what opportunities exist within the community that we live in for our students to be engaged, stay, and say, I have a reason for my skill set to be able to come into play. And we also are coming together with more performance-based assessment other than just the sit and memorize and practice your test-taking skills. We want our students to be able to showcase that application in real-world presentations to where they can showcase that to an audience, to the community. Here's my learning. I have ownership of that learning. It's not because you told me to do something, it's because I know I've learned it. So that's really the end of what we want, and just bringing more clarity around those standards of success, us as professionals getting better at that process so that students are more clear on what they're learning.
And that pretty much sums it up for us at Foster Heights. I guess, are there questions?
I've got some. How long, no, let me say it another way. The recommendations came from or because the scores were low, correct?
Recommendations for what?
From Kentucky Department of Education.
We've not gotten those.
You've not gotten those yet?
Correct.
Okay, when do you expect them?
Next month.
Next month? Okay. That's what I want. How long, did you all set this plan up, or was this with help, or what? Tell me how this led.
We weren't waiting our test scores to be active in what we were providing for our kids. We were not blind and ignorant of what the data was going to, speak to. We were aware of that. So this work's been going on for a while. For example, Mr. Thomas talked about a math program. We were exploring that and trying to arm our teachers with more resources because we saw a need for that. That's not what the state assessment data, we didn't wait on that to tell us that. Our own internal data measures told us that. So we weren't sitting idly by waiting for somebody to tell us what to do. We're in classrooms, we're working with our teachers in our design labs every week. We're very aware of the work we're doing and some of the gaps we're trying to fill. So really, the recommendations from KDE, we have a gentleman that's been, he's at our school most days, very supportive. He's in design labs with us, in conversations with us, very inspired by the work we're doing.
Okay, and Ms. Clark?
So the first, sorry, I'm loud already. So in the first slides we talked, there was like how this work began last year. We started identifying what those pillars were, what was important. The next step for our teachers was really for them to dive in and see what are the standards, what are the expectations, and then how do I make that come to life. So I would also agree, no, that work didn't begin based on those results. That work actually began last school year with different people that are behind me. It is just a process. Again, I spoke a few weeks ago and said, we didn't get here overnight. It's not going to change overnight. So our teachers are fully aware of what that work looks like, and we have a process that we're working through to make sure that they have the resources and the confidence that they need to have grow our students, I guess.
Okay, I did notice where Mr. Jackie was agreeing with some of the math aspects. He's the math person, not me. But so evidently, they're doing fine.
Well, I where you saw me nod my head is whenever you start talking about manipulatives, and for I look around the room for those of us that are the older, more experienced folks within the room. That wasn't something that we experienced as we went through our K-12 time. It's really something that grew out of late 80s, early 90s, Education Reform Act, and really trying to figure out how can we teach mathematics in a much more relatable way, and how can we help students start to really understand how numbers work. And I commend you on that piece. I spent a lot of time in the 90s around the state with math portfolios, yes, that old nasty phrase, and also a lot of professional development. And I'm glad to see that we're still working to make mathematics become much more relatable for our students. So.
If he says okay, I say okay.
Any additional questions of the board?
Any others? Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is our site-based decision-making tentative allocations. That would be Ms. Jessica Rogers.
So I'll just introduce this as it's tentative in the sense that this is a generic draft that will get us moving in collaboration with school principals and the budgeting process over the course of the next 6 weeks as we move closer to April and May.
Like you said, it's just the beginning. We're just starting the staffing conversation. Nothing has changed with our ratios or our staffing formula, so that's all going to stay the same. And I've been working with Alex Martin to project our enrollment next year, and we'll just basically plug in the numbers and see where we end up, and that's just the beginning. When we open up enrollment in March, we'll get a better picture of how things are going to be, what the grade levels are going to be, and we will just go from there. And in March, we start conversations with HR and myself and all the principals to talk about the staffing for their schools.
So the next step here, too, really is to provide site-based with an initial projection based on enrollment. Those numbers continue to evolve as we move closer to April, May, and even closer to the summer.
Mm-hmm. Just like it goes right along with the draft budget. It's just a beginning. It's just where we're starting. We have to have a starting point, and we're just asking.
This is it.
And this is it. That's exactly right. This is where we start. We have to start the conversations and look at the data, and this is where we go.
Okay. I need a motion to approve the 23-24 tentative site-based decision-making allocations as presented.
I make a motion.
Okay, Ms. Bowling, thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Norman, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next item is the release Thomas Nelson Community Campus bids.
This is Jim and I. Not Gemini in terms of the horoscope thing. It's Jim. And Jim, you can get started just on the process that got us here.
Yeah, so here's where we are. We had board approved bids for Thomas Nelson January meeting in budget. Notice of award has been sent out. We have bidders since then. The bond sale has not moved forward, so the board has an obligation to these bidders to let them know one way or the other the board's wishes. So I think some type of board action would be is in line at this point.
So, Jim, we've been talking about the timeline. Part of the initial discussion was opening the Thomas Nelson Community Campus by August of 2024. That's what got us really to a place where we are today. I think, too, what's important to the community is there's been a lot of conversation around what goes first and why. And most of you have figured out at this point that in order for New Haven and Boston students to increase access and opportunity, the Thomas Nelson Wing had to be added on. So if you look at the screen, it says priority number 1, learning and program inequities was the first priority in the plan. That directly impacted the Thomas Nelson campus process. That process is intended to take about 18 months and would unite, in theory, all students on the west side of Nelson County at that campus. That also would lead to the New Haven School beginning the summer of 2024 on a project that has also been in current design stages for about a year. On the right side is priority 2, which are also major priorities. That's a timeline that would be enacted, and we'll be talking about this over the next few slides as we look at the work going on at the Up Center. The Up Center and the bus garage were the first phase here at the Nelson County campus. That was to be followed by some athletic movement where we would be moving some fields and or resurfacing some of our athletic pieces. That would lead to potentially, again, these would all be decisions made by the board at that time, that would lead to all students on the east side of Nelson County uniting at the Nelson County High School, Old Kentucky Home Middle School campus. The Nelson County High School wing that we've been designing, and you can find on ncslpc.com, was phase 1 that was slated to begin approximately in 2025. I share this information. This is also on the internet, so it's not secret, but I share this. This is a conversation piece to this is where we are today. As we think about money, big conversation about money, as you know, money matters. And the big conversation has been, can we fund these projects? And it's clear to me that any path we take forward, we have to be intelligent about that path. But this slide here details the finances available and the funds available projected by municipal advisors that say that over the next 20 years, conservative estimates show that we would project $197 million in facility nickel taxes generated through that 16 cents of our property taxes. That information matches the information that we've continued to share as a district. I know some have called that information into question. I want to be clear that when we put this information out about bonding capacity, it is based on this information. There is no question, as we look at this process, the design process, it is a process. Any changes to the facility plan or LPC do take time. I think it's important that we remind ourselves of that. The original local planning committee process was really a culmination of nearly a 8-month process. I share this as thinking about the design of our buildings are also really around 10 to 15 months. So currently, as we go back to the timeline, where we are in this process is we are nearly at the construction document stage of the New Haven School. We obviously, with the Thomas Nelson Community Campus, have passed those construction documents. With the Up Center, we'll be hearing about those tonight. the Nelson County Community Campus model. The building was designed as a visual with a layout, but we're very much in the infancy of that design process. So again, this is a very broad overview of the timing. At this point in time, really, we just want to make it clear to the board and to the community this was the original estimates that we were looking at. So any questions from the board around the timeline or where we are today as you think about potentially releasing bids?
Well, I'll just say at the end of the day, my objection to the community campus doesn't really have anything to do with the proposal itself or the structure of it. I don't have concerns about middle schoolers with high schools. I know that's a concern of some, but it's not a concern of me. But my concern is just our ability to pay for this in addition to all the other things that we're going to have to do. Wes has presented this bonding that shows that over the next 20 years, our bonding potential would be anywhere from, our facility fund revenue would be anywhere from $150 million to $250, which sounds like a vast amount of money until you start realizing that the cost of renovating these facilities, Nelson County alone, would be $50 million. Yes, can we pay to do New Haven? Yes, and we have to pay to do New Haven. I think New Haven is, regardless of the cost, New Haven has to go. That is, I think, the one thing maybe we all agree on this board. My problem with Thomas Nelson is if we put the money, $40+ million toward that, we have eliminated our bonding capacity for the foreseeable future. The only way these projects go is if we take $900,000 out of our general fund and put that into our facility fund, which is reckless. It's reckless when you think about the possibility of new expenses and inflation and the possibility of unfunded state mandates. We don't know. We have a SEEK formula that is not great for us with our property values. It actually means that the money we get from the state goes down. When 4 out of 10 of our children are reading on grade level, and 2 of our elementary schools are in the bottom 5% of elementary schools in the state, with those are the facts we're faced with, we can't afford to look at taking money out of our general fund. We just can't. And I believe we have to set ourselves up for the future. We have buildings, New Haven in the 50s, Nelson County was built in the 60s, we've got schools in the early 90s and early 2000s, and over the next 20 years, every single one of them will require rebuilding or renovation of some sort. And at the end of 20 years, our newest school, Thomas Nelson, is going to be right there needing it too. I care about students. I know we all care about students on this board. And caring about students and caring about our ability to fund things for students is not inconsistent. It's not. We can do both. That's my concern with is our ability to do the things we need to do in the buildings that are already housing students. And for that reason, I believe we voted against the bonding, and I would recommend and make a motion that we vote to release these bids so we stop tying up the bid bonds.
Well, we still have discussion time here too. What is your plan?
You know, it would be naive of me to get up here and say that I had all the answers, Tracy. I don't. But I think there is potential within our existing facility, and I think maybe we deal with our most immediate needs, which would be New Haven and Nelson County, our older schools, and we get those fixed up, and we see where we are. Maybe we see where we are in 5 years. We see where things are. I think there's so much growth in our county right now. We could be in a different position in 5 years. We don't have to pretend like we have all the answers. We've been doing that for a long time, and that's not really gotten us anywhere.
So David, you know, you and I are representing schools that are at the bottom of equity in our district. And I don't deny that all of our middle schools have inequities. That is why this conversation began. What feedback have you gotten from your community, from your school, and from your principal, and from the teachers in that building, and the parents at your forum? What feedback have you got from them, what they're asking you to do?
I agree. There is inequities, but we're going to work toward that to fix that, and whatever it may be. So
what is the feedback that you're getting from your teachers and your principal and the parents that were at, don't look at Amanda, What were you looking to get from those people?
Excuse me, please.
That's inappropriate there.
Please.
Tracy,
I'm
that was wrong.
asking you.
And
Please.
I'm telling you, to such
asking
area,
you.
you're being belligerent. I mean,
I'm
it's just,
asking
it's
you,
wrong what you're
what
doing now.
have you
But
heard?
I went to visit New Haven School. I've tried to visit Foster Heights. I've tried to visit most schools in the district, except maybe Boston. And I've talked to a lot of them. They're begging for help. I agree. They're working their tails off. But sit up here and do that right there, what you just done is wrong. But I'm working, that's why I joined the school board, to help these kids. And that was it. And to have people question my judgment
Excuse
of what I'm
me,
doing
guys.
is wrong. But we are here for the kids, just like Amanda said.
Well,
And
and
we're
I would
gonna try.
offer that these inequities are created by, I mean, it didn't just happen to us. We allowed the inequity to happen, you all. And we can work on that. And I don't think that we should just continue doing what we're doing. We need to make sure that Boston and New Haven students, Boston's dealing with some overcrowding. We got to fix that. We do. We have to fix that. We need to make sure that New Haven and Boston have access to the same things. But we can't ignore the cost. We can't. That is setting us up and our taxpayers. There's a lot of stakeholders in here, and I do respect teachers and the students that have come. But I've also heard from countless teachers in this district, past and present, who support the fact that the community campus may not be the best model. There's a lot of stakeholders. There's taxpayers, there's parents, there's students, and we have to set ourselves up to be successful, not just right now, but in the future too, and finances are a big part of that.
I wish we had enough money to go and say, yeah, let's spend $100 million on these buildings and don't worry about the money. I wish we had that. I wish we had a money tree like that, but we don't, Tracy. We got to think about the whole avenue where we don't set ourselves up for failure in the near future, because I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to pass it back to the taxpayers that are barely making it now. Why? I mean, let's ask that question. Does anybody out in the crowd want to push somebody out of their home? I mean, it's.
Excuse me.
It's.
Excuse me, one at a time.
But it's. We have to be responsible for our children, which I think we failed the children, and we have to be responsible to our residents too of Nelson County. We can't just throw it back to them every time.
So I just want to review.
We got buildings sitting idle right now that we're not utilizing. So why not utilize some of those buildings?
Can I ask you a little bit about that, though? So when you probably talked to Ms. Purriere and the OKH principal, what feedback did she tell you about the capacity at her school?
She says it's. I don't remember.
I looked at the capacity. I mean, I've looked at the capacity, and it is sufficient. You could move just 7th and 8th graders if you wanted to.
Did you ask Ms. Purriere about that?
I did not ask her, but I've talked to other people. I've looked at the data. I mean, I can pull up the numbers for you.
That's the most important thing.
You could move 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and it would be at about 89% capacity. But if you felt like that was too much, you could move 7th and 8th graders. And you know what, Tracy? That may not even be the answer. But we could sit and I don't have all the answers. But I'll tell you what's not the answer. Spending money that we do not have, preventing projects that have to happen by necessity, that's also not the answer.
I think what you have to be clear on, though, is that some of the conversation that is going around and the rumors that are going around is about moving kids from Boston to New Haven and not considering capacity. Do you know how many students? Wait a second, guys. Do you know how many students are already asking for out of district from Cox's Creek not to go to Bloomfield? Have you asked Miss Victory how many of those kids? How many out of district kids have already applied for OKH next year, and it's February? 30. Well,
so
that is not. Now I want 1 second.
Yep.
Sorry. That's not all Cox's Creek students. Those are students from other parts of our county. So when you talk about capacity and you look at just Boston and New Haven, you have to consider all of the other factors.
Absolutely, Tracy. Absolutely. I'd be interested in to see how many Bloomfield students that would be sent to Thomas Nelson have applied for out of district to go to Nelson County. I think we've got that going on all over our county. We do.
Well, but
We
I'm
have
not talking
people transferring
about,
all the time.
I'm not
I
talking
mean, it's still-
about that. I'm
it's-
talking about when a plan was presented to the teachers and the administrators at New Haven about transitioning these students to OKH. None of that conversation had happened except Mr. Norman, Ms. Deaton, you posted it to social media, and Ms. Berry has sent it out in emails. None of those conversations happened between anyone else on this board.
Well, they would absolutely have to happen, Tracy. We're just, you asked like what other options? That's an option. Maybe that's not. Maybe when we drill down to it, that isn't the answer. But I'm not afraid to sit here and try to find the answer. I mean, that is the whole point, is to put together a committee of people to try to find the answer.
Superintendent Bradley, and Ms. Belling, if I can. So I've been sitting here listening, and I had the opportunity to hear Mr. Merrifield, principal at Thomas Nelson, last night share about the LPC process, not necessarily about what the answer was, but about what the process was. And what I heard Mr. Merrifield say was that there were lots of options presented to those 20 people, that there was a lot of data presented to those 20 people, that, and I believe, Mr. Merrifield, if you can remind me, I'll just say Kurt, remind me, what was the requirement for the number of meetings for an LPC? Minimum 4. And in the fall of 21, you all had how many? Okay, so in the fall of 21, there were 5 meetings. Were they 30-minute meetings? Okay. And was it only teachers? Was it only parents? Was it only community members? Okay, so it was a cross-section. In fact, I believe, if he's still here, Mr. Mattingly. There he is. Even shared at that point, whenever you were talking about the process, not the answer, but the process that was gone through by 20 people, Mr. Mattingly said, and it wasn't just 20 people that got picked. It was 20 people that were prescribed in regulation based upon the size of our school district, based upon the number of certified, the number of classified, the number of community members, the number of administrators that had to be part of that discussion. So it was a large group. 5 meetings. There was that 6th one that was reconvened for, I think, and I don't believe Mr. Ward is here tonight.
He is.
Oh, he is? Okay. I believe the terminology that I've heard Mr. Ward talk about is, it uses the word minor in it, but I don't remember the rest of the phrasing. And that minor change, the reason for reconvening that LPC, if I remember correct, Kurt, was based upon, and I think there are some Nelson County High School teachers here tonight, was based upon after the architects sat down with this high school's stakeholders and said, so here's what we're looking at. Let's get your input. And they came back and said, yeah, there's maybe some better things that can be done. So the high school staff and the stakeholders of Nelson County High School, it sounds like, also provided some input that said there's some changes that need to be done. And I'm grateful for that because, again, and as it's been said, there's none of us that have the answer. 30-year educator, I don't have the answer to this facilities plan. But what I heard you talk about, Kurt, was about 20 people who ended up having conversations over several meetings.
Damon,
I'm sorry, Ms.
you've been the
Deaton,
longest
you're
standing
interrupting
board
me.
member. I just want to know
You are
how many
interrupting
times
Ms.
you've been
Deaton.
involved in an LPC process, because this is a process that happens every 4 years. And in fact, New Haven has been on there.
Twice,
Okay.
Ms. Deaton, thank you.
Excuse me.
So, what we've had is we've had those LPC members who also talked with people. I'm assuming, Kurt, is that correct, that you all also pulled information from others during those meetings? So you also went out there and searched out for information. So my point of this is LPC meetings, the LPC process was a process that took a lot of effort, energy, and time. And that process ended up, I believe you also shared, looked at multiple models, but always went back to what was that primary challenge that we're trying to solve, that thinking differently, that trying to look at how can we change the educational opportunities of all students in Nelson County. And you looked at lots of options, 20 people who also pulled information and feedback, probably from at least 20 others, because I would assume everybody talked to at least one person. I think that means then we've got a wide-ranging group of intelligent people who I have no problem with taking your recommendation, because I, as an individual, don't have an answer, and you all spent the time in putting together what your recommendation was. And I'd also like to get a little bit of a clarification here, because I know that money is an important concept in all of this. And I'm trying to remember, I forget who it was that had emailed us board members who said, I think it was their father was a board member at one time in the past, about 30 years or so ago.
Miss Miracle.
Who was it?
Miss Miracle.
What, Miss Miracle?
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Miracle.
Jamie.
I don't think she's here.
Yes, she
probably,
is.
Oh, is she? Okay. Yeah. And it was Gary, right? Okay. And I remember that you made a comment that he would always say as a member of this body politic. It can't be about money all the time. It has to be about the students and what's right for the students. And whenever it comes to is the money available, these charts, put that chart back up there. Slide back. People like to say that that chart there are numbers that have been somehow brought out of thin air, or it's just predictions. Superintendent Bradley, who was it that put together this summary of dollars that would be available based upon the current 3 nickels without raising any additional tax? I will grant what you said, Ms. Deaton, was we could actually accelerate the construction bond capacity if we also added some general fund money into that.
We would have to, Damon. We would have, well, then don't address me if you don't want me to respond, Damon.
Please.
So who was it that put together those numbers? Was it someone that we pulled off of the street?
So I think importantly, this is about money, and we don't disagree, and the LPC doesn't disagree, and the superintendent doesn't disagree. It is about money, and we put together. I just want to reinforce. We put together a plan that was as operationally efficient year over year as possible. That was as agile with human resources year over year as possible. That allowed us to think about staffing, transportation, maintenance, cafeteria, health services, athletics, academics. Over and over and over again, it was a winner when you think about money. The only area that spending money on facilities is a loser is spending money on facilities. But to be clear, that money comes from a triple nickel, and Dwight has been here for the last 2 meetings. This is not like curtain call, but I promise you, he just so happened to be here. Dwight put these numbers together, and RSA is our municipal bonding agent for the last 30 years in Nelson County, and are representing 110 districts in the state of Kentucky. I share that because I want it to be clear that these numbers are not coming from me. They're coming from a highly skilled financial advisor and a developer.
Wait a minute. I have a motion on the floor.
These are not made-up numbers. These are numbers that are based upon mathematics, based upon 30 years of working with Nelson County schools, based upon however many years Ross Sinclair Associates
David,
has worked with 110 districts.
I'm not
in
questioning
Kentucky.
the validity of those numbers. In fact, those numbers speak for themselves. We cannot afford the numbers. I'm not calling the numbers false. The numbers, $250 million, sounds like a lot of money, except for we already owe $44 million on past projects. And the Nelson County, the project itself would be $50 million, and we're proposing spending 40. Do you understand this money has to last us 20 years, David?
40 million on what project?
$44 million is the revenue that's going to be coming in over the next 7 years.
No, you had said 40 million on the Thomas Nelson campus, correct?
Well, Thomas Nelson and New Haven would be, I would estimate, around 40 million.
Okay,
Yes.
there you go. So
yes.
let's make sure that we have clarity on that it is not just a single campus. It's actually addressing 2 of our facilities, and one of them, people have been saying that New Haven has been underserved forever.
It has.
I guarantee you it has. There have been decades of boards before any of the 5 of us were here that continued to say, let's not worry about that right now.
But we
Now
owe.
is the time for us to make a difference in all students in Nelson County.
This is,
Okay, I'm sorry, there's a motion on the floor.
what was so,
I made a motion.
Ms. Deaton made the motion. Say it again.
Well,
please.
and I probably need to get the
Here.
wording right here.
let me pull up the motion. It's down here.
Well, I've got another question here. One of the things that we keep going back to as well when we're talking about New Haven, I've heard mention, well, can't we just turn it back to a P8? Because on the DFP, just for clarity, on the DFP, the approved DFP from December of 21, New Haven is a P5, and that is because those children, or those students, not children, those students would be transitioning to Thomas Nelson High School. Are you, if New Haven can be remodeled, are you suggesting that it remain a P8? No. I'm asking if Mr. Norman's decision is for it to remain a P8.
I'm not willing to make a decision on it. I'm willing to make a decision on releasing these bonds tonight. We have to think about what we need to do to get these kids in a better situation and learn.
That's what we've been doing.
I would move to call the question. I think there's a motion on the floor, and I
There's a
probably need
motion
to.
on the floor.
Is there, so you guys are done with discussion on this? Like there's.
I am.
So.
I am too, Tracy. I am too.
There, again, I do agree that 3 people cannot decide on what the next step is for the community of Nelson County. The issue is we are choosing to to basically just remove the integrity of that LPC altogether.
Tracy, we've done LPCs. This is the only one I think the public is even aware of, but if we go back, the LPC process is one that is done every 4 years. And in fact, I would be curious to see how many years New Haven and getting a new school has been on that. I mean, year after year, and it was
on our last time I was on board.
And
it's
not happened.
So I'm mad
So
about
not
that.
following an LPC.
So this is what we're going to do.
Please.
My point being, not following an LPC is not an unusual thing. I mean, even in this district, we have done that. However, we know things need to happen. New Haven absolutely needs to happen, and we need to look at ways to provide equity and to meet our needs. But it is my position, and I am one vote, but it is my position that we have to also look at the money that we have, and we need to make sure that we have it in the future.
Right.
That is where I stand.
I will add that, I'm sorry, Ms. Blunt. I will add that one of the reasons why New Haven School, because again, I mean, this is, 14th, 15th year I've been on the board. And so I learned a lot from Mr. Hall, who was a 36-year board member here in our community, devoted half of his life to serving students within our community. He may even still drive a bus. Last time I heard, he was still driving a bus to help out. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. So one of the things that I did learn through this LPC process, and you're right, Ms. Dean, is that, you know, there are things that have been on LPCs in the past that have not been done. And the reason why they have not been done is there's never been the projection for bonding capacity to do them. So it was always, well, we don't have the capability to be able to predict the bonding like we do today. So let's just kick it down the road. Let's let someone else worry about it. And I'm at that point where we cannot, as a community, keep saying to each other, well, let's just hold off. Let's kick it down the road again, because that is what we are doing right now.
I found the language.
And we can disguise it as, I'm concerned about funding. We've got a highly intelligent financial advisor right here his firm has said it is possible if you follow this path. And the LPC said we can then follow that path and make this happen, and right there's the roadmap to it.
I would recommend the motion. I would move to authorize the board chair and superintendent to execute all necessary and appropriate documents to release, reject, and cancel all bids received for the Thomas Nelson Community Campus project, and thereafter terminate the construction manager contract with Codell Construction, providing for payment of all funds due Codell according to the executed construction manager contract. That is the motion.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Aye.
Ms. Bowling?
No.
Mr. Jackie?
Ms. Barrett, you're next in line.
I always go to you. I'm just the middleman. Please, yes or no?
No.
Yes. Okay, with that being said, 3-2. Okay, our next item is the Up Center and Next Generation Communities.
Good evening. I do have to say, after this vote, it's somewhat difficult to talk about next-gen communities and the future of our students, but I won't give up hope because I worked for a commissioner of education in Kentucky that one day told me public education is hope. It's hope for our kids and our families. And I know that this community will come together and do the right things. And tonight, I'm going to take a few minutes to talk to you about a vision for the future. And 2 years ago, we came together with staff at the Area Technology Center and our employers in our community, and we started talking about what is the future of work going to look like. And we heard a couple of speakers tonight who, I think Jamie Miracle said, only, 60% of our kids aren't going to college. And at first you think, oh, that's bad. But the reality is that the world of work has changed. So therefore, the credentials and the experiences that our kids need are also changing. And I think I can't continue this conversation without talking about Ethan Runner, who was our student that was up here tonight, who talked about, he took general education dual credit courses, he took career and technical education courses, and did his profession-based experience with Busick Construction. And those are the type of experiences that our kids need for the future. And our kids need to be exposed to those at an earlier age than they currently are through our middle school opportunities. So tonight, on the inside of your brochure, and I also have a slide deck, talks about the future of next-gen communities. And the Up Center is a great example of partners coming together to think about this. But as we think about next-gen communities, it's not just about a school in Nelson County, and it's not just about Nelson County schools. It's about all schools in Nelson County, government and employers coming together to think about what do we want to create to support the long-term success and economic success of this county. Because if our future employees have the education and training they need, then we will have a successful community. And that's what Next Gen Communities is about. There's really 3 focus areas within Next Gen Communities. And again, this is about bringing our county judge, hopefully together, our mayor, our different schools in this community to talk about how do we invest collectively, how do we come together and think about how to best utilize our resources through public-private partnerships and through collaboration of our schools. How do we focus on early learning for our students, and what does it look like to start this early through support of the UP Foundation and Imagination Library? It's asking what kind of impact can we make? We know public education is under attack now. So how do we come together as a community to have a platform about the hope that we can provide our students through educational opportunities? So it's about focusing on a legislative and advocacy focus to think about how do we continue to improve education in this county and in this region. And lastly, it's about collective success. So we heard Nelson County High School make reference to their next gen competencies. And you heard Amber and Ethan talk about how he's demonstrating these and leaving these out in the workforce. So how do we bring employers together and community together to say, these are the skills our students need to be successful, and this is how we're going to measure that and create it for the future. So we will be continuing this conversation, but it was a great way to introduce Next Gen Communities because the foundation of that was the work that started with the UP Center conversation 18 to 20 months ago. So now I'm going to turn it over to Stephen to talk a little bit about where we are with the plans of that center.
So the last time we gave an update about the UP Center was in December, so I'm going to revisit some of what we talked about in December a little bit, just as a reminder, and then I'll catch you up to date about where we are now. The committee that was put together of stakeholders around the UP Center project visited multiple facilities where we knew that there were similar programs going on and similar facilities or even aspirational facilities that we wanted to explore. So the 3 shown here, one is in Meade County, one is in Fairdale, one is the EC3 in Elizabethtown. So we were able to see the facilities they have conversations about what folks liked, what they didn't like. If you go to the next slide, we spent a good amount of time at Prosser in southern Indiana because they have a very large facility and one that has a lot of the aspects of what goals were in the UP Center conversation. Next one. This site plan as it's developed now, so where we are, I can talk a little bit about the phasing of projects. The phases that we bring to the school board are schematic design, where we set up the goals and the configuration of the project. We talk about all of the programs and how they're going to be accommodated. And when we get to the end of schematic design and bring it to you, we've basically said, this is the project that we propose we're going to move forward with. After that, we go into design development. That's when we engage the engineers. We get into the details of systems, mechanical equipment, electrical, all of those things. That's the phase that we're in now with the UP Center. And after that design development phase is approved by the board, that's the point where we start construction documents. Right now, our intention is to bring design development to the board for approval at the March meeting, so the next meeting. We have some questions to answer before that about getting a cost estimate in, answering some questions about whether we fully accommodated all the scope that's going to have to be in the facility, some things like that. But we're pretty close to a design development set of documents. The site plan that's illustrated here, the white plan is the existing UP Center. It would have 2 additions, one at the east side, one at the north side. The east side addition would be new entrance, conference areas, meeting spaces, places that industry partners could come in and interact with activities in the school. And then the north addition is a new diesel and heavy equipment labs to accommodate those new programs. There's a good amount of parking that would be relocated from where parking is now. That would be shared with the high school in the future, but it would displace softball and part of the bus maintenance facility. We'll be talking next about the bus maintenance facility and how and its relocation. But that's overall the way the site plan is configured. You can go ahead. You can go ahead. The plan, as I described, the areas in blue are the new additions. The existing building, though, does get significantly modified. So again, this is the new entrance and conference areas, including some adult education classrooms that will work off of those conference areas. And then this is the diesel and heavy equipment areas. If you go to the next. This starts to show where some of the internal renovations will happen. We're going to be taking out some classroom spaces, some walled-in classroom spaces, and actually adding that space to the labs themselves. So the auto repair will expand, the woodworking will expand, the electrical will expand. And then everything shown in green is reconfiguration of spaces. That's where we're going to accommodate those classrooms back into the facility. So auto repairs classroom will move over here, electrical's classroom will move, that kind of thing. And then there are some specific renovations associated with just the equipment. So the area in purple at the auto repair is reworking and retooling of equipment. You can go ahead.
Okay, Stephen, how many classrooms are in that?
Each lab has a classroom associated with it. So, so the auto repair will have a classroom, woodworking will have a classroom, welding will have a classroom, the IT and these areas here that are being reconfigured are classrooms themselves already. So those don't get any additional classroom space. And then there's classroom space that will be worked off of the diesel and heavy equipment areas.
Okay. So it's big enough that we think, Ms. Arnold, big enough to accommodate anything we need?
The unanswered question that we have will be where we accommodate allied health in the future. Okay. And some of the conversations over the past several months have put that in question a little bit, so we'll have to revisit and talk about that.
Because originally on the DFP, we were repurposing the OKH building to be part of the Ep Center, correct?
Correct.
So it limits the space that we originally had planned on for the Ep Center.
And that's what we want to resolve before we bring this to you as design development next month.
Okay, is there any other?
Just to reiterate, originally we were using OKH to expand CTE programs, but we still find other ways to get there. That was the original plan of the DFP, though.
Okay. Okay, then if there's no more discussion.
I think if you click through, there are a few other things I just want to show that there's some examples of some of the more detailed drawings. The perspective views we showed you last month a little bit, but but you can click through those. Those are what we showed you in December. But then we've got some more detailed drawings. We have gone now into every lab and every classroom and figured out more detailed space needs. So this level of drawing, a complete set of this level of drawing, and the next few sheets are what we'll be bringing to you in the March meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Ward, you did mention, I think I heard you say, the stakeholder discussions, not interested at all in names, but I mean, who was providing the input on that? I mean, other than the LPC about facilities use.
Right. No, there was a team specifically associated with the Up Center. All of the faculty from the Up Center are part of that group. There's also some of the industry partners that they've brought in for each of the conversations about specific areas.
Like local businesses?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I need a motion to approve the design
There's-
development drawings and associated
We're
BG2.
not up.
Yeah,
This-
actually, yeah, we're not approved. This
We're not
is really
approved.
just an update at this point.
This is the next one. Sorry. So the bus maintenance design and timeline, that really goes in concert with the up center, and this is the BG2, BG3, revised BG1.
Yeah, this is the one for which we would request some board action this month. The bus maintenance facility is being relocated. The current bus maintenance facility is about 50 years old, and there's a lot of things that we've talked with Mr. Marchese about that would need to be addressed. This would be a new facility on the north side of the Academy building. You saw schematics for this back at the end of last year, and we are now at design development, which means that we have now engaged all of the engineers. We have a baseline strategy for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and systems. And we've actually started to work with equipment suppliers as well, so we can understand the requirements for lifts and air and oil and all of those kinds of things that need to be integrated into the facility. So if you give approval tonight, that will launch us into construction documents, which will take about 2 months to complete. We would be bringing construction documents to you ready for release for bidding in April.
Does, on that piece, these items here, does that, because what I'm looking here, I don't see Cadell mentioned. Are they still involved with this? Or
Yes,
do
sir.
we need to find someone else? Or?
No, Codell is already under contract as the construction manager for this project.
Now, was that entire, from what I remember on the LPC, that building also was repurposed as from the academy, correct?
Yes, the academy would be relocated, and the current academy facility would partially serve as transportation offices and then partially serve other district admin functions.
How do we move forward on that also, because it's part of the original DFP that was approved? If every strategic motion around that LPC was about all the facilities, how do we continue to move forward within these facilities?
Our understanding from the district is that the academy can be accommodated other places that are available now.
Because that was talked about before.
Yeah, and which I would be interested in discussion at some point on that, because I can remember back whenever the academy was originally built, there was a lot of community discussion about would it be put in the old OKH building, which would be right next to Foster Heights. And I know that there was a lot of uproar in the community at that time. I am not saying that students at the academy are bad students. Please do not take that interpretation. I just know that there was a lot of discussion around that. So I'm actually asking if we can't come up with or have the discussion about where the academy would be housed. I don't know that I'm comfortable with taking the academy away yet, because I know Kenny is very passionate about making sure those students at the academy succeed.
Well, it goes beyond that too. If we're in a position where possible people are not necessarily going to want to bid on anything that Nelson County puts in front of them at this point, how do we sort of, and again, I'm with Damon, we don't have a place to put these kids because the kids we were going to put in another building is not going to be in that building. And so, to me, it just doesn't, I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around how all these puzzle pieces fit together when a piece of the puzzle is now gone.
Stephen, I guess they're referencing the conversation that the academy would have moved to a wing in Mauke-Take-Home. So we don't have an answer right now for that, but that was the original conversation. I think really it's a board decision whether you guys want to move ahead on the approval tonight. Do we have a clarity of where the academy would be and the future vision for the academy tonight, we do not.
Yeah. And while I'm an advocate, I'm looking at them right now because I've had conversations with transportation folks in our district. And I remember Mr. Marchese saying many times, the facility is not conducive to supporting the fleet of buses now, not because of how many buses, but because of the size and the complexity of buses today versus 50 years ago. I'll be honest, I'm not comfortable moving forward with this until I've also got some clarity around what would this cause the academy to look like, because I've talked with academy students who say that's the only place that they ever felt like they belonged and that they were supported and that they had a chance to succeed. And those truly are the most vulnerable students at times within our community. And I cannot displace them without knowing what we're going to do for them.
Superintendent Bradley, do we run into any time restraints if we do not pass it? Because we certainly want to make sure that this grant goes through and that we don't put them in a position. Do we have time to consider this next month and try to?
This is really, in many ways, a formal process to allow the architects to move forward financially. It's a way to ensure that their contractual needs are met. They don't, as we know, they're not going to work for free.
Sure.
So that's largely what this is. In terms of the timeline, I think all of our timelines are going to be shifting some, so we can't say for sure.
What does that do as far as impact? Because I know I've talked with Ms. Roller and Ms. Berryman at the UP Center, Area Technology Center, and I've asked questions of Ms. Arnold. I mean, $10 million, and there was a phrase used earlier that it was a $10 million grant. No, this was a $10 million line item in the state budget that our state senator and state representative went to bat for this community on. So what challenges or what difficulties will we have being able to meet timelines to leverage that $10 million line item based upon timelines like this and the domino effect of how all this plays out?
I think we're fine on the $10 million piece. I mean,
because I know, a lot of times, it's biennial budgets, which means you have to use the funds within that 2-year biennial budget year, or those funds go back into the general fund. That's typically the way items work. I don't know if this one is different in that sense, or
I think the bigger conversation that has to happen before we really start moving on this is what happens with the middle schools and also what happens with the high schools. I think most of the people in the room are still thinking about that. Most of the teachers and community are thinking about not just middle schools but high schools. And if the long-term plan is the long-term master plan is to simply just invest on this campus, then that changes the entire project. So I'm just making that clear.
Well, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to talk about that. What are you thinking? Like, if it was a money thing, like, are we going back to the LPC? I guess is really what it boils down to.
That's not my recommendation to make.
Well, and I think what we're talking about right now, so it sounds like we need to table the motion currently for the bus maintenance design, and we can revisit it.
To be clear, from my interpretation, we owe the architects this up to this point in the work anyways, based on my assumptions.
Okay, then do we have a motion?
Motion to table item 9F at this time.
Bus maintenance design timeline.
Second, we have a motion and second to table 9F, bus and maintenance design and timeline.
Voice vote.
Mr. Norman?
Yes, I'd like to table it.
Aye.
Ms. Deaton?
Aye.
Ms. Bowling?
Yes.
Mr. Jackie?
I made the motion, yes.
Okay, and yes. So that item will be tabled. Next we have G is Nelson County Campus Master Plan Proposal.
The last thing I have to present tonight, again, this is something that we did bring in December, but we're bringing it back now. Because during the Nelson County High School conversations with all of the stakeholders, an awful lot of items came up in those stakeholder meetings that were not the subject of the current project, a lot of it being athletics facilities and things that were beyond the scope of anything that was in a current project. And what it brought up was the need to really look at the physical topographical conditions of the campus, but also to look at how we wanted to use certain areas of the campus. It will trigger things like where can the softball facility go using the landscape that you've got available, where's the right place to put it so that it can be done most economically, that kind of thing. But also, where can we put softball and other facilities so that we don't preclude things that you might want to do in the future. And we know that there are big plans for the campus in the future. I'll go through quick. There's a presentation that I had shown in December, but I can click through it again real quickly.
So, you know, the best way to summarize this is it takes money to save money.
Yes.
We're spending some money now to save it through the design process.
This plan is what was presented way back at the LPC, and the idea is that this would be re-looked at, and we would understand, now that we have a land survey, we would be able to position things more effectively. So there's a list of things that we had already done, and this, I mean, you can look at this in the slideshow that you've got available to you, but there's we've got surveys now, we've got an understanding of utilities, we've had a whole series of stakeholder meetings. So we have a whole lot more information than we had before about what's possible at the campus. If you go forward from there, we also, like I said, we have a survey of the whole property. We also have available the property that the district purchased north of the campus that can be part of the thinking about what happens in the future. So this is the whole property available. And right now there are projects that have been discussed. If you click one more for these areas, the bus maintenance at the top there in red, the up center here, and Nelson County there. And then there's also going to be associated facilities all around them that are affected by any plans that we make. So if you click one more further, including discussions about how to rework athletics facilities to the north and how to connect them all with interior traffic circulation. So what we're asking is that we have made a recommendation that you engage a planning firm, SWT. They're a firm that we have worked with multiple times before. They do planning at a level that we cannot do. Like I said, they will look at the surveys, they will look at the physical attributes of the site, but then they'll also plan based on district input about how future facilities could be configured on the site so that decisions made now can push into the future and inform all of the things that we'll be doing over the next few years. And just to reference Mr. Bradley's comment about the money, the master planning services, the total would be $39,500. What that amounts to for SWT and our office is about 226 hours, and I'm certain we'll spend more than that over the course of the master planning effort. So,
the master plan work, would it be based off of the DFP, the district facility plan, or is it, again, they're just they're going to come up with what their recommendation would be about facilities in general?
It's not a recommendation straight from SWT. It would be using the district facility plan to inform the process, but it would also be coming back to the community, talking to staff in the buildings, talking to district administration, really re-entering into those conversations to learn as much as possible about what the goals are for the campus. So it would build on things that have come before already, or now.
Which is up in the air right now.
It'll accelerate that conversation in some ways. And it's just as we look at making decisions about the up center, this played into it. That's the reason we.
Yeah, what triggered this was that we hit, when we were talking about Nelson County, when we were talking about the up center bus maintenance facility, there were a whole bunch of questions that none of those projects could answer.
Yeah.
And this will help us start to get to some of those.
It's just on this one campus here, there were many dominoes that would play. As I'm looking at some of what I'm going to call them projected possibilities, because that we haven't engaged them yet. I mean, there's things that looks like softball facilities could be impacted. I mean, the actual physical buildings, even baseball, I see now would be a combined. I don't want to say combined. They would be next to each other, possibly in a similar way as at Thomas Nelson right now. So.
Yes. Anybody else have anything?
I mean, regardless of what we do moving forward, we're going to need to, we know that we're going to be on this campus. I mean, we know that.
Yes.
You know, and certainly there's going to be work to be done. So it would certainly be a benefit to think strategically in terms of building. So
it's a must.
I do want to say this. This is just, if it's about, this is not an unbiased opinion. If it is about money, the easiest money we can spend is on the Thomas Nelson project, and that become the high school, because it's cheaper than spending the 50 to 60 million here. We take the money and put it in the up center. We take the money and put it in to Thomas Nelson at 25 million. That saves us about 25 to 30 million. So if the goal was about money, that was the best solution. I just want to remind everyone.
Well. So you're saying instead of investing the 40 grand, is that what you said, 39,000? 39,000, and we know the up center, I think Ms. Berry has mentioned having the actual classrooms into that space. If the kids are attending the ATC, they would be there for class time. That would free space up at Thomas Nelson. So instead of investing the money here, well, there'd be a savings, a cost savings, I guess.
I'm just saying if it's about money, it's cheaper to do it at Thomas Nelson, and then you invest in the up center, make it its own micro school for CTE and expand it at OKH. I only say that because we've been talking about money, and that's just.
I'll admit my brain's wrapped around the axle, so to speak, right now, because
I'm just worried about. I'm still thinking about the middle school students. Like, are we just completely forgetting about them again?
The challenge being is that whether I mean, I even what you just said, Superintendent Bradley, I can't wrap my head around that, because it's the first time that I've heard of that, and it takes a while to process big picture vision, strategic planning versus making a quick decision.
So should this just be something, again, I'm so sorry, Stephen, that we just table until we sort of have an opportunity to think long term? I mean, I'm fine with that.
I'll make a motion to table this item.
I have a motion to table this item. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Bowling, second. All in favor?
Voice vote.
Voice vote. Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Ms. Deaton?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Jackie?
I made the motion, aye.
And aye. So motion carried to table this discussion on the full campus master plan. With that being said, our board calendar, we meet.
Our next board meeting is a board ignite, where we'll be focusing on some of the challenge teamwork at the Guthrie Opportunity Center over on Nutter Drive. It's an annual meeting, and this one will be very much like a work session where we're learning about challenge teamwork, followed by the March 21st meeting at Thomas Nelson High School, to be followed by the April 18th meeting at Cox's Creek School, to be followed by the Bloomfield Middle School meeting on May 16th.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Actually, I want to make a motion to have a brief discussion. It may not be too brief. I'm somewhat responsible for some of the issues that we've had over the last few months. I blindly nominated Ms. Berry to be board chair. I did not realize my 2 years on this board has been fairly smooth in consideration of how the board is ran, how the board has functioned. And I didn't realize the amount of scrutiny that we would have with the chaos that we've had over the last month. And I apologize for that. That was me not researching the data around and the actual policies and everything around what a board chair is responsible for. On January 17th, Ms. Berry voted to accept the bids that we just rejected. And she did that in what most of you were there to witness. And now we are in the line of fire of litigation. And against advice of some very high professionals, the board decided to reject those bids. We had 3 special called meetings, which before those 3 special called meetings, Ms. Berry had promised multiple people that she would approve those issuance of the bonds. 3 different individuals were promised, it will be a yes vote to issue those bonds. Yet, all 3 of those meetings ended with 2 no's.
This is not productive. This is not productive. This is not.
Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You want to get into it? Yes, because you've already said my name.
But I'm still speaking.
I don't care if you're still speaking. I've heard enough. My point is, the first time that was voted on, by the time that was, I want you all to hear it, because not only has this board put up with a lot of stuff that we have no business putting up with, I have been accused of things that was never happened. We've been called all sorts of names. I have been threatened. I've been bullied, and I will not take it anymore. The first time this was voted on, if you're going to hear what I'm going to say, and this is what happened. The first time it was voted on, I felt like the pressure alone, sitting between you and sitting between Mr. Jackie, and I made the mistake, and I admit it. I made the mistake. I did. I made it. And then I backed out of it. Because not only am I concerned about our children's education, I'm concerned about what we have wrong with our schools at the present time, not in the future. We have problems that we need to solve now, not later. And I will not talk, I cannot talk, I will not talk. My mama and daddy taught me better than this, to sit here and listen to the stuff that has been sent to me, has even been, people got the nerve to send it to me. I mean, come on, people, we're better than this. No one wants to sit down other than a PLC, which we won't even talk about that deal. I'm just saying, I want people to realize that we can be kinder than what we are. We can be nicer to people than we are. We're trying to find solutions here for middle schools. And there's just not one solution fits all. But for the actions that has been done to this board, I just don't understand why people have turned so mean about it. It's just not us.
I'm going to go back to the conversation that I was having, is looking at the KSBA ethics of a board member. They are to become, it is my place.
Whoa. I've got a motion, the meeting adjourned, and the meeting is adjourned.
Take a vote. That the ethics of a board member are to come prepared. On January 17th, Ms. Berry, you stated, I didn't realize that New Haven was a P5. We were given
all or nothing.
No.
Oh, yes.
When we talked about the P5, that was what we were moving on the bid. You said I had not been paying attention.
I moved to call the question. What is the motion on the floor?
I would like to remove Ms. Berry as chair and put Mr. Damon in as chair with nearly 14 years of experience. Whether you guys agree with him or not, and Damon, I love you, man, but you do talk too much.
You've got a lot of words.
We are in a challenging time here. We have chaos and people calling this board a circus. I'm looking for someone who can run the meeting without having, as someone said, the attorney tap them on the shoulder and tell them what needs to happen. This is not a personal attack on Ms. Berry. This is us to create clarity around this board. This is a time for us to say, okay, listen, if we're really going to come together and unite as a board, then it needs to be ran without the chaos. When I talk about challenges that this board is getting ready to face, there is no joke around that.
So there's a motion on the floor. It needs a second.
I made a motion to remove Ms. Berry as chair.
That's not the first motion.
Oh, what's the first motion?
To adjourn.
There's a motion on the...
We have to deal with the embedded motion first, if there's a second to it.
And there is a second. Do I have a second to adjourn?
No.
I'm sorry.
We have to deal with the embedded motion first, which would be Ms. Bowling's motion. Second. So there's been a motion and a second on Ms. Bowling's motion.
All in favor?
Vote, voice vote.
No.
No.
I made the motion, yes.
No.
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
I have
The
a
motion
motion
was
to
already made, so it would be a second.
Okay, let me finish, please.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Meeting adjourned.